Good, excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, August the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson. Okay, William, you can hear me and you can see my screen. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, so the PMCB. So yeah, I mean, obviously that was a wild one yesterday. I was talking about that after hours or watching it. It did close well. I actually did take this after hours. Got pretty excited. You know, I was talking about a 10 break. Got all the way up to 11:36. Stalled right there. Thought, okay, well, let's see if it. But the minute that started happening, I thought, you know what, I'm out. So I got a little bit out of this, and then I was watching this to see if it was going to have any sort of a rebound, and it didn't. So I thought, okay, well, there's no way I'm going to be holding this. And then, yeah, they announced the financing this morning, and the financing's at, what's the price, 475, I believe. Not sure, actually, I'm not sure I see a price. Not sure I see a price. It's just $70 million financing. Is it $5? Okay, thank you. I don't know why I can't see that on my headline, but okay. So it's underneath that financing price. So yeah, I have to tell you, it was disappointing. Once it took out 10, I thought, man, it had all that room to 20. I thought maybe a tack on a couple, $2 or $3 after hours, but you know, it just didn't happen. Now, I'm watching this BIOC, guys. I know they had some, you know, if you read the news, it looks pretty good. But you know what? I've got to get used to this stupid, once we get this bug done, I've got to concentrate on clicking on the symbol here. Again, this is not going to be the way it will be. BIOC, whoa, man, I'm looking at this as a short. And I had some, you know, good looking news. I don't know what stage it's at. I couldn't see, reading the news, I couldn't tell if it was phase 1, 2, or 3. Hood earnings play yesterday. After hours, interesting reaction at the beginning. There was the first little jog up and then way down. Interesting that crypto is a huge part of their business, and especially unbelievably the doji, whatever, however, doji, whatever you pronounce, however you pronounce it. But anyway, starting to rebound, excuse me, a little bit here. Now, this could be the crazy one today. SNOA, low float. Well, it's not could be. It already is the crazy one today, but can it persist? It's up 100%, continuing higher here. Took out that high over here, which is 973. So, something to do with they're expanding their line into dental care. Excuse me. So, and again, this is today's crazy one. Look at the float, 2 million in the float. They had earnings on the 16th, so that's passed. But it's not the earnings. It's all about this expanding their line into dental care. RSLS, a little gap up. Let's see if this, aha, so that's what Zach is saying. So consequently, it's kind of like the, where did you drop? Okay, just a second, guys. So it's a little bit like the VRXP or VPRX, whatever that one was from last week, earlier this week, VRPX, with no shorts available. So with SNOA, no downward pressure. being placed on, because there's virtually, if Zach can't find shorts for it, nobody can. So there will be no selling pressure put on it because of people shorting. So this could be really, I mean, it's already up 100%. Let's take a look left on that monthly chart. Let's see what we have. Next high is 1519, I believe. Yeah, 1519 on the monthly chart. Cobra has shorts, okay. And meanwhile, guys, the market's in for another big gap down. But let's keep going. OLB, a gap down on a financing. That's the one I did see the financing price. Okay, OLB is down on a financing, $4.30. That's their financing price. Macy's earnings play. And a little bit of a gap, actually a nice gap up for Macy's, 7%. Good gap up for Macy's. BCTX, they've done some kind of a collaboration with, I think this is a private company called Imagine AB, BCTX. Is it still hanging in there? Nah, not at all. That would have been no shorts. I looked at this one, there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers on that one. Victoria's Secret, I think this is their first earnings. Might be their first earnings release. A little bit of a gap down, 8% for Victoria's Secret, VSCO, IPO this month. DIDI, another all-time low, guys. DIDI, China's Uber. Wow, what a fiasco that is. DIDI. NLSP. Little one, NLSP. And let's see, they have been, I think they applied for a US patent and they've been allowed to apply, or they've got the patent. We've already talked about the BIOC, NNOX, and that was a crazy one. I had this as a big gap down, but I know William played it on a bounce. When I was just opening the room, this was what was happening. It gapped down and then it popped back up. But so now, I mean, look at this bottoming tail, look at this topping tail. I don't know if it had any specific news. And again, meanwhile, we're in for a pretty big gap down in the market. I'm keeping an eye on that BIOC for a potential short, but it's still pretty strong looking. SONN, another one I forgot to mention, guys. SONN. I know I don't have shorts available for this one either. SONN. And this is a big gap up. Look at this big gap up here. Couldn't see any specific news for it. It's a bio. Fairly low float. And I think that is it for my list. DLO. Here's a. There wasn't very much volume on this one. DLO. Starting to pick up, but it's an earnings play. This is an all-time high. I guess this was an IPO back here a couple of months ago. So all-time high. SONN, well, again, I have to wait for the market to open, okay? But here's the pre-market high, 188. So it's getting close to 2. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. High, well, it's way above that. So there is, well, I mean, it's right at a huge area of resistance on the weekly chart, isn't it? Look at it. You got all these highs here, 168, 169, 168. 163. So it's at a critical area. I mean, if it can break through that, you know, it's got a shot to this 278 area. It's really got to try to. It's got to really break through this. It did get a little bit above that, but it pulled back. No shorts available for me. All right, what time is it? 9:16. So let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yesterday we hardly had any of each. Yeah, kind of the same. We have a few more upgrades, hardly any downgrades this morning. So let me get some of them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning, and get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Again, not too many of each. BBWI, I'm hearing BBWI. So this is an earnings play, nice Bed Bath and Body Works. So it's a pretty big gap up, actually. Not a huge amount of volume yet, but it's a pretty big gap up. I guess this was an IPO this month, really? Or was it a spin-off or something? All right, let's take a look at the sector status and see what's happening. Of course, with the market gapping down, I'm sure every one of them might be down. Maybe dividends are up. Yeah, seems like that was a spin-off or something. BBWI. Yeah, okay. So is there any sector up? And the answer is no. Not even the dividends are up, or utilities, I should say. So every sector is down. And obviously, the market is going to gap down. I thought maybe we'd see one sector that might have a glimmer of hope if you're looking to go long. Not yet, anyway. So this SNOA hasn't abated yet. I mean, this is just so strong right now. Yeah, there might be shorts available. Somebody said at Cobra, and if you, I think Zach said it would be very expensive to short at Centerpoint. So I mean, this is, and look at this. I mean, right through the 200-day moving average. This is today's crazy one for sure. Now, will it maintain its craziness? No shorts available for me, of course. I say the next high looking left on that monthly chart was not 1960, 1519. So it still has about $4 to go to hit that high, and that should be the same. Yeah, so it's the same on the weekly chart. So it still has room. All right. Well, BIOC is starting to work a little bit here. I know Real put in some of the fib levels. Here's another one. I don't see why I didn't see this one, but OTRK. Look at this one, OTRK. Wow, this is classic, guys. All-time low. Another one of these ones making an all-time low. I don't see. We were notified by a customer of their intent not to continue program past December 31st. Well, obviously that customer So this is going to have material negative impact on prior revenue margin forecast. It must be a heck of a customer. I don't know who it is, but they're saying, hey, December 31st, we're no longer using you. So this is OTRK, all-time low, and it is shortable. For me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. So keep that one on your radar for further move down. Here's your problem. You got too many eggs in one basket. In this particular case, this must be one heck of a customer to have that effect. They don't mention the customer. No idea, Sonny. No idea what is the most used. Listen, any broker can be used for day trading. We get this question a lot. I mean, maybe some are slightly better than others, I guess, in order execution. I use Interactive Brokers, but I can't say that that's the best compared to Lightspeed. All right, guys. So that SNOA, I'm really interested in this OTRK. I mean, it's down 34%. I mean, it's a heck of a customer that is saying they're not going to use them anymore. Um, Now, this is one of those ones where the uptick rule is going to nail you if you. I'm not saying to take this short now at all, but before the market opens, you can get this no problem. What's the spread like? Yeah, spread is pretty tough right now. 1351, 1380. Collapse. Come on, collapse. VIOC. Probably 4 may hold it. I didn't see what phase. Yeah, I couldn't see what phase it was, Zach. I read all the way down. I did not see a phase that was mentioned. Let's put it this way. I don't think you can go wrong using interactive brokers. I say it all the time. I've had it for 5 years. I've never had a problem with them. Never had a collapse of the platform or anything like that. For me, the execution seemed fine, but so that's from personal experience, but I've never had Lightspeed, so. Well, April, it's called the financing. Well, you mean there's more news on BIOC? I mean, I do see, it identifies tumor cells and actionable treatment, et cetera, et cetera. What we're trying to find out, though, is what phase was it? Means they raised money. Financing is the company raised money at a share, well, in this particular case, a much lower share price. They're raising $70 million. I don't see the actual price that they're raising it at, though. But for instance, if you look at OLB, if you look at the news for OLB and why it's down, it's very low financing, man. It's getting thumped, but it doesn't have that many in the float. They're raising $6.1 million at $4 a share, or $4.30 a share. So the company's raising money, they sell shares. And the problem is, typically, if you're an existing shareholder, your position is diluted because they're issuing more shares. Now that is a slam down for both of those, OLB and the PMCB. A lot of times you'll see sometimes the financing gets shrugged off. Not so much on the cheaper ones, but a more expensive one, in the 30, 35 range maybe. They do a financing, taking advantage of maybe a big increase in the share price. And if it's for all the right reasons, raising the money to continue testing, etc. Sometimes shareholders look at that and go, okay, we're fine with that. Yeah, market's going to open in less than 10 seconds. Caught me by surprise. All right, everybody, let's have a great trading day. And I'm just going to wait to see what happens, of course. I'm not anxious to get into anything in the first 15 minutes. And here we go, SNOA. Wow, SNOA, just no pausing yet. Look at that float. So that's 3 days in a row, guys, that we've had 3 crazy low floaters, 2 million and under. Come on, BIOC, take out 4. Wow, SNOA. I mean, it's, I couldn't chase it. Yeah, halted already. Yep. So again, if you look left on the monthly chart for SNOA, the next high is in that 15 level, 1519. So I mean, believe it or not, it still has room before it hits the next high. Yeah, if a company is raising money because they're running out of money, yeah, you've got, that's obviously not good. To pay the bills and all. All right, so the SPY, of course, all the markets down, tech is down, SPY's down, Dow's down, so no disconnect right now. CHRS, what are you doing? A little bit of a pop here. All right, guys, I've covered my BIOC. I was hoping maybe for a 4 break, but covered my BIOC short. Didn't make that much, but it's starting to rip now. So I'm either going to look at it. Yeah, don't worry about this, guys. This is I'm on a real test version of this. So we almost got, I was really keeping my fingers crossed maybe for a 4 break on this BIOC. It just didn't happen. Oh, it's right back down though, right back down, BIOC. So right now, wow, it looks like it is going to take out 4 now. Right there. Pretty hard to hold though when it popped right back up into the 420s. For me anyway. Yeah, and just to put a stamp on it, I mean, a company will always want to raise money at higher prices. Just makes sense. They don't have to issue as many shares to raise the same. In other words, if a company wants to raise $10 million, they'd rather do it at $10 where they only have to issue 1 million shares rather than at $10 where they have to issue 10 million shares. So you'll see that a lot. A company has a big increase in price for whatever reason. They try to take advantage of it. And we have another halt. We have a halt here for SONN. So now the high in the pre-market for SONN was $1.90. So it is trying to, while it has got through this area now, I mean, the next area could be the 271. I mean, there's the next high, looking left on the weekly. And another one that got halted was, IMPL. And another one got halted was ENSC. Okay, GoCo. What is GoCo doing? Just for my gap up and gap down scanners, Siri, on my home page. If you're going to use it, you just have to take the time count off, okay? So all I did is I took the time off. In other words, come here. You notice I don't have, if you're using the one I've got on the website, I have have it stopping when the market opens. So all I did was I just said, okay, let's keep it running. And I also added a big current volume, a huge current, wow, 9. I added a current volume of, excuse me, of 9. So those are the two changes I made. So they really have to be active, like super active. So SNOA opened. It's not shortable for me. Still looks strong though. I mean, look, it popped right back over 12. I'd be... Well, OLB just became not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Not just, we'll try to find shorts for you if we can. This is the big red dot, guys. Not shortable. OLB. This bad spread, I'm looking at that CHRS, but it was 15, 15, 15, 31. Typical, you know, first 15 minutes, things are very whippy. This did get up, man, this got up to 17 in the pre-market CHRS. Late yesterday announced, I guess, positive phase 3 clinical trial. Okay. So this actually must have happened yesterday, late. Late yesterday, positive. So this is phase 3, guys. So this is definitely worth watching. You just got to settle down a little bit. But it did hit in the pre-market. It did hit way up here at 17. And we have, so this one just resumed, SONN just resumed. I didn't actually see the news on it. I don't see any news specifically on it. I'd have to dive in. Maybe I'm looking at a headline, but it's got a lot of other stocks jumbled in there. So I don't see any specific news. Doggone it, BIOC is going to, looks like it's going to take out 10. I'm not in this one anymore. But I had to obey my, I mean, that little jog right up here, right back up to 430. That was not fun. So it's on my website, Siri. Just go to my website. Go to the go to my scan section. It's called the pre-market scan. I don't have well, okay. There are 3 of them: pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, gap up, and gap down. Those are the 4. And before I go any further, guys, we finally have a nice promo code. So 25% off now, guys. You can get 25% off. Just give me a moment here. It's just a hassle putting this stuff into YouTube. They don't allow a lot of posting. All right, guys. So yes, so there it is. Test drive 25 for 25% off the first month only. Okay, listen to me. Only. We get some people that get really upset. I don't know if they're reading or not, but it's the first month only, or the entire year. I'm going to go. Yeah, but yeah, just use test drive 25. That's all. I know when you go to my website, it's going to. So, okay, you click on my website, my homepage. Not my website, I guess, but my homepage. Yes, I know it says 25% or 15, but when you click on Get Trade Ideas and do a purchase, just type trade. What did I say? Test drive 25 in here, okay? All in caps. Test drive, all in caps. And listen, if you are new and you're still not sure, you can always try us out for a month, okay? And if within the month you decide you want to upgrade, you can do so, and we will honor the 25%. Now, I don't know, guys. That SNOA, I don't know if you actually were able to short it, Zach or anybody else. You could find shorts, but this is still darn strong. I mean, at some point it's going to drop, yes, but when? Yeah, you know what? Alcoa was tanking in. I noticed that. I bet you Freeport FCX. I bet you a lot of those are where are you, Alcoa? Ah. Here you are. Okay, yeah. Alcoa, yeah, big breakdown here. All right, Hood just made a new low, guys. Hood, H-O-O-D, had earnings yesterday. IMPL, guys, IMPL just opened after its halt. Another crazy low float situation, 6.4 million in the float. The next high is looking left, way up here at $27. Nothing from the option scanner today, hardly any yesterday. Just a couple maybe. Look at GOCO here. Wow, GOCO, G-O-C-O, on the move here. Reported purchases, CEO reported purchases of 253,000 shares. So that is an insider buy by the CEO. That is, okay, now guys, CHRS is on the way up. However, look at the 200-day moving average, 1566. It's going right into it. All right, so nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. So let's see if anything happens soon. These are my watch list. See if anything happens. These are the early ones. You know, you can always, you know, if you want to take trades earlier than 15 minutes, it's up to you. But RRGB, I hear over and over again. RRGB. Wow, look at this one. So this is Red Robin, of course, Red Robin, and it is very close to a lifetime low. Well, there it is. I mean, I guess it's not that close, but moving down on earnings, our RGB. Real was mentioning NLSP. Yeah, so this is not shortable at all for me at Interactive Brokers. The big red dot. Well, it's got the room, Zach. Definitely has the room. It's just a matter of, you know, where you're going to put a stop if you get in this. It's going to have to be pretty wide. But it's got the room. Looking left, $27. You got a bit of a spread issue, but of course the spread won't matter if it pops on another couple of dollars. And we have another, and this got halted again. IMPL just got halted again. Now this might not be a good halt. Looking here, they got halted at 23.21. Right now, I'm seeing 21.21. Right now, that can change. How do you access all my alerts? Are you talking about the price alerts, Pete? You're talking about like literally when you've created a price alert and it hits? Oh, okay. Well, you have to have your price alerts. So click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then price alerts window, number one. Okay. And this is what it looks like. This is your price alerts window. So what I would do is, first of all, I would put a sound alert on it. Number one, you know, right click, actions, follow the steps to put a sound alert on it. I would have it I would sort on the triggered time column, so when it does trigger, you'll see it right at the top. Okay, and I would minimize it. So when you get a price alert, this price alerts window will pop up on your screen. You'll hear it, you'll see it. So that's how you do it. Okay, makes sense? Yeah, and there's no reason to have your price alerts window staring at you all day long. I find it much more valuable to just minimize it, and then when you get one, it pops up on your screen. Well, it stalled virtually at the 200-day moving average, CHRS. It's stalled. You can see there it is, 1566, and that's where it's stalled. Okay. Just give me a moment, please. Definitely a lot of action. Now this could turn into my favorite day. Big gap down in the market. A recovery for an hour or two. Give me a moment, please, guys. I just have to discuss something with one of our guys at Trade Ideas. All right, well, there's the so if you held in there, I mean, that was pretty tough. I don't know if you were shorting that one, Zach. I know you got the a lot of resolve in these things, but I know it popped up to 13.50. It has now had a nice $2 pullback for SNOA. If you found those shorts. AGFY on the way down, gapping down. The low is 26.29 when you look left, so it has got some room. Okay, so there's the INPL, so it opened and it gapped down a little bit actually. The INPL opened, remember it got halted up here, so it gapped down a little bit. INPL. It's a wild one. If you're new to trading, you know, it's maybe fun to watch, but be very, very, very careful. It's such a low float, 6.4 million in the float for a relatively expensive stock. So again, you know, I mean, because this suffers, you know, somewhat obviously from being on a 15-minute delay with the SNOA. You know, obviously this was moving, but you'd be in complete chase mode here. Let's take a look at Macy's though, 1984. Wow, 1984 just taking out 20 now, guys. And Alf, let's take a look at Alf. Alf's been so active, 11.10. So what did it get up to? Yeah, nothing. So I'd be putting an alert over 11 again. This has been crazy active over the last little while. I'm going to stick an alert right around there. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if VRPX was up again, no idea. I mean, it might have had its, I mean, ever or today. You know, it's having a little bit of a pop here, but it's down 19%. I mean, it already had the big, I mean, it got up here, up to 36 yesterday. It closed way down here at 22, and it's continuing down. So my crystal ball doesn't work that way. I have no idea if it's going to rebound in any sort of a way today. I mean, with that float, anything can happen, but it's down 20%, you know. Macy's on the move. Nice to see. Oh, boy, that's a bad. All right, guys, Macy on the move now. Here, right here, 2037. This is the area where it may stall. Okay, there's the next high looking left on for Macy's M. But definitely a strong earnings play. 308 million in the float to move 12%. That's pretty impressive. Especially with the market being down the way it is, but that's a good, it just had the big pullback. So, that basically looked like it is going to stall right at that high. Well, it's a good area. Look, there's that 200, sorry, the next high looking left, 2037, and it got literally almost right to the penny, 2035. Now, if it's somehow it can take that out later on, it's going to still have a nice little run. So I'm going to stick an alert around 2040, see if it takes that out later on. Yeah, I guess we can say that these infrastructure plays are getting whacked here. Tech, CLF, AA. Sugar, AG, what do you do? Soil preparation, planting, and cultivating. Is this a cannabis play? Grow lights. AGFY guys moving down. I looked at this as a potential short earlier, but the spread wasn't great. Anybody know the news on SON? I have no news. I have no news. I've been checking some of the headlines. I don't see any specific news for SONN. 22 million in the float, so it's certainly low. Now, another one right there. Look at this, guys. There's a 200-day moving average, 206. Let's see if that stalls it. Just kind of like the Macy's got stalled at its 200-day moving average. I don't see that they've released anything, but okay. I don't see that SONN has released anything. I don't see it in any of the headlines that I got for my Interactive Brokers headlines, nor certainly here. I don't see any headlines that they've released anything. But anyway. All right, guys. Macy's right back up. Strong. Look at that. There's a red bar ignored even for Macy's. All right, well, let's see if this one can get back up to this 12 level later on in the day, 1250 or so. See if this one... So Macy's right back down. So this is pretty erratic right now. Macy's is pretty erratic. It had that nice big pop, pretty big pop for 300 million in the float. Well, I guess the early play was just to hop on all these infrastructure, like these. Look at these mining plays, Tech, CLF, Vale, MT. Yeah, I took my eye off that one. BIOC. So we could not find out what phase this was for BIOC. I couldn't find out anyway. So another one, there's the 200-day moving average, 495. So that's far enough away. You're right. You're right. It actually appeared on my option scan. All right, let's see here. All right, 435 appeared on my option scan. 443 now. There's the pre-market high. Looks like it's almost there. 447 is the pre-market high, so I'm going to stick an alert there. Again, sometimes that 450 mark for these stocks that are under $5, or the 50-cent mark for these stocks under $5 can be a bit tough to get through. Yeah, well, that 200-day moving average just stalled it for SONN. Give me a moment, please. thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm on mute. I had myself on mute briefly. Well, how you use it? Well, how you use it will be up to you. I mean, it's giving you an alert. Doesn't mean you have to pile into it right away. You can check to see how it's trading. Okay, and it's found on my home page. Go to my home page tab, or my home. Click my home page tab here. Okay, right there, and there is the link to get into my home page, and then my scan section. And it's called Unusually Strong Option Volume. How you use it will be up to you. I mean, you know, it's been a really favorite one of mine, but right now BIOC obviously is not working yet. And I mean, it had a pop up to 450, but I wouldn't call that a big win from 435. And you know, based on what happened yesterday, I don't, and the day before, I don't anticipate too many alerts today. We're not in earnings season. We had a ton of alerts, not a ton, but I purposely put pretty tough filters on it, so I don't want to get a lot of alerts. Fluor, well, typically it could be I mean, it's a huge contractor, so in theory that makes sense that it would be an infrastructure play. So again, I went over that quickly, but if you click on my homepage tab, and there's my link, and then if you go to the scan section, click here, and this one, moving higher with unusually strong options. Now again, if you're looking for a lot of action in that window, you're not going to get very much. I think we only had about 3 yesterday. It's designed not to get too much. But again, you know, how you trade it, it will be up to you. I mean, I look at it, look at the you know, the daily, the weekly, the monthly. Where could a stock go to? Look at Macy's. My goodness, Macy's. I can't remember if you're short this one. You can't be short anymore, William. And this came from my watch list at 1984. You never shorted Macy's, okay. So again, you know, you use these. A lot of these, it's a watch list. You know, it doesn't mean that when you get an alert, you pile into the trade. They must have been really good. Here we go. All right. All right, so the market's putting in a nice rally, guy, turning into my favorite day. Big gap down on the market. We've had 30 minutes up, and we have another 5 minutes for that candle to close or so, maybe a little less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes or so. So we've had 45 minutes now of recovery. Why that's nice is that a lot of stocks that have been beaten up for no reason other than the markets being down, you know, they can start to rally. Now keep an eye on SNOA. I mean, look, you'd be giving up a lot, but there's a couple of highs right there at around 1150 or so. But if it takes this out on the 5-minute chart, I mean, this has a shot. I mean, remember, it got up to 1340 and it really has no resistance until the 15 level. Again, I'm not telling you to take the trade here if it gets there. You know, it has to work according to your trading plan. If you're saying, well, I don't have one, well, you better get one. Okay, now, so GoCo just showed up. GoCo just showed up. Now, the next high looking left for this one is 665, so there's definitely room. So the alert was at 544. And there's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So it's got some things going for it. A little bit of break out of consolidation, but that red bar ignored. If you're unfamiliar with this, you have a green candle, a red candle, then is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green. So basically what we're looking at here is maybe just a continuation of the trend. The pause right there. That's a huge difference, yes, for Macy's. Huge difference. Does GoCo have any? Okay, so this is an insider play, guys. GoCo, GOCO, CEO reported purchase of 253 million. Sorry, I wish it was million. 253,000 shares at 468. Okay, and that was a filing on Wednesday, yesterday. So that's a whack of shit. That's a lot of money. X Air. Beyond Air. Okay, so what's happening here with Beyond Air? Any news? $930 was the high last month. So yeah, it's got room. I mean, there's the up here, that high at 1262. Fairly low float. Have I lost my link? No. Well, no explanation really. I mean, April, it just is. I mean, sometimes, oops. I mean, with the amount of shares that have traded, when you say tight spread, I mean, well, I mean, it fluctuates 1109, 1108, 12, 1107, 12. I mean, it does fluctuate a little bit, but right now, I mean, the war is on. I mean, who's going to win? The buyers or the sellers? All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What a what a sensational move for Macy's. I mean, really, guys. I mean, that for 300 million in the float, big move like this, 15%, and that was a huge beat. I mean, 20 cents to 130 or whatever. That's a huge beat. Keep an eye on the GoCo, guys. Right back up. Even the BioC later on, you know, I'm not going to give up on it. I'm going to put a... I'm hearing FLGC over and over again. Oh, on the way down, FLG. Oh, man. Flora. Oh, this is an earnings play. Sugar. I didn't see this. Why? It didn't do anything in the pre-market. It really didn't do anything. I did not see this one. Love to have seen this one. No, guys, SNOA trying to break out here now. All right, well, I was talking about that 1150 level for SNOA right there on those 5-minute charts. Now let's see if we get some volume and bursts it through. I mean, it's a bit of a struggle right now. But this is the area right around here that if I can get through that 1150 with with some volume though. Don't see any volume yet. It held the VWAP, I guess, 1102, kind of held it. Oh man, lots of activity. Why do I have TIG as a price alert? TIG, a price alert? Ah, yes, okay, interesting. But is there any volume? No volume, no volume. I must have set that price alert a while back to see if it took out these highs over here. But there's just really no volume for it, so. Well, what time is it? 10:21. Well, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, we do have a nice promo code right now. I want to go over that. For 25% off. We'll take a look at that, show you how much trade ideas will cost with that promo code. Keep an eye on that SNOA, guys. Give me a moment here. Yeah, I'm forgetting about BIOC. That's just not a... Not a nice trader at all. You know, in fact, it's moving down now. All right, so what I did is I put in, there is the test drive 25, that's the 25% promo code, okay? So when you go to my homepage, yes, it will still say 15%, okay? But obviously don't use this promo code when you click on Get Trade Ideas. And let's just say you took an annual premium plan, down to purchase. And this is how much it'll cost now. And it's all in caps. Okay, test drive 25, all in caps. So you'll get $567 off. So it'll be $1,700 for an annual premium subscription. Okay, just to give you an idea. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. You can go monthly. Okay. Now you can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. And I'll go over the differences between premium and standard in a bit. The main difference is the AI, which I haven't even looked at today. But again, the 25% can be applied to the first month only. But if you decide within a month that you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo code, okay? If you do it within a month. If you keep your subscription on month to month, after that first month, this is what you'll pay going forward. You don't get 25% off every month. It's just the first month, okay? Yeah, forget that. So, information from my home page. Now, this is why I'm saying save the link, a lot of information. Here are the free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I'll do a stock of the day video at noon today. All the education, if you're just starting out, click here. We have the 20 lessons. Really recommend you just take a look at these. Just goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. Top lists, alert windows, single stock window, introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly, etc., Brokerage Plus. All the basic features are explained there. Oops. Daily support. Today is today's Thursday, so I believe it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. So I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this main trading room, but I do take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Jamie, so he'll be there between 12 and 1. So before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. Daily webinars, they will start next week, Monday to Thursday, between 5 a.m., Monday to Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. They're all archived. You can sign up for them. They're all free. More educational videos. Again, if you're new, watch these videos. Okay, there's a great one, literally starting trade ideas from scratch. And we have some other videos here, okay? And if you're new to trading, great little 36-part video series. It starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, highly recommend you take a look at that. So again, lots of information on my homepage. Save the link. You can take a look at all this whenever you want. Well, just before, okay, big paper. So if you took out a subscription today on the 19th, and you'll know probably in 3 weeks or so. So what I would do, say on the 17th next month, man, we're in September next month already. You should know by then, and then just say, hey, listen, I want to take advantage of the 25%, upgrading from monthly to annual if that's what you want to do. All right, so SNOA stalled at that. I'm just going to reset my alert. I'm going to reset my alert. Come on. around that 1160 mark, and see if it takes it on. It takes it out later on. The GoCo guys is still it's still interesting. It's got the room. That's why I like it. You know, I mean, it's hanging around that alert price of 544. All right, so again, if you're new and watching this for the first time, Trade Ideas is a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. This is an example. Now, it doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right-click, Configure, I click on the summary. These filters are what I put in here. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. Stocks between $1 and $20. High relative volume, current volume of 6. That means it has to be trading at least 6 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, up or down 5% from the open. Okay, so these are the filters I'm using. And so if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. A little more action today than we had yesterday. But that's why these stocks appear. They met the filter requirements, and at the time of the real-time alert, you know, this one was a new high for the day, this one was a new low for the day, as an example. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. So at the beginning, if you take out Trade Ideas, you don't have to, first of all, I should back this up just a little bit. You don't have to learn a programming language to use Trade Ideas. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. If I right click on an alert window and I click on search, here are all the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but we have a lot of alerts, and here, when you come to this icon, these icons, these are the filters. We feel we have enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, once they get used to Trade Ideas, they can create their own scans, okay? But, again, if you don't want to create a scan ever, well, that's why I'm sharing my scans. Again, if you go to my home page, so right here are all the scans that I'm sharing, my home page, including a sample layout. All right, and here's this moving higher with unusually strong options that I really do like. But I have a lot of other scans. There's that basic new highs and lows, you know. So you have a layout. You may not want my layout, but you may want to take a look at my individual scans. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 I use in the pre-market. So I'm sharing a lot of scans. So again, if you don't want to learn how to make a scan of your own, that's fine. Now, if you took a look at this basic new highs and lows and you liked it, but you wanted to change the price range, you know, maybe you don't like that price range, you go ahead and change it. You know, you can change it 10 to 10 and 100 if that's what you want. So of course you can take my scans and you can modify them if you want. Now the other thing, from our toolbar, you click on New and click on Dock Channel Bar, and we have a lot of themed channels here. And all these themed channels have scans in them. Now these are layouts, okay? So a very popular one, of course, is the Momentum channel. So here it is. Here's the alert window. It's called Momo. So if you like this one, if you thought, you know what, this might be a nice addition to my layout, or if I'm just starting to build a layout, maybe this one I should have. So all you have to do is you right click and duplicate into a free floating window. And it showed up on my other monitor. And now you right click and save or share to cloud, save it. And so the idea then is to go through each one of these channels, and you can start extracting alerts that you might like to have, take a look at, and maybe add to your layout, or create a layout from scratch just by taking all of these ones that we have created for you. And how would you do that? Well, let's just say all you have is a toolbar. You have a blank screen. You're just starting out from scratch. You have gone through the toolbar. You've maybe looked at some of my scans. You've saved everything into the cloud. You just file load from cloud. I had already saved that Momo before. And you would just find it, highlight it, and load it. See, now it appears on your monitor. And that's how you can build a layout or take a look at scans and you haven't had to know how to do anything at all. Okay, so we try to make it very easy. Yeah, so it's called, yeah, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, standard or premium, you get these strength alerts. Okay, how you trade them will be up to you, but here they are. You get them. There are a set of 5 every Monday morning. Okay, with a blurb, with a potential entry price, a stop price for each one of them. Okay. So it's not an alert. It's not an alert. It's not like you're going to get something coming on your screen, but you just look at what it's saying, and you trade them the way you want to. Some you will trade, some you won't trade. Okay. Now that is a $17 product, and why we call it a $17 product. If you don't have Trade Ideas, but you'd like to have access to the strength alerts, just as a kind of as a trial for Trade Ideas, you can do so. I'll give you the sign up link. It's a real introductory product. Yeah, all you have to do is, this is a topless window, so the pre-market actives, you just left click a couple of times, okay, on the column, and that's how you sort the columns. So you double left click rapidly, and that'll sort the columns. Okay. If it's a topless window, if you try that, if you're 100%, it's a left click, right? It's a left click. Double left click rapidly. For a topless window. Then I'm not sure how I can help. Do you know how to send me the cloud link? Can you send me the cloud link of one of them? Just right click, save or share to cloud, save it, and then Control V, paste it in here. It is a T window, right? Not an A window. It has a T in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, you send it, and then I'll take a look at it. MT continues down. This is definitely an infrastructure. Well, it's a Are they still out of France? They're out of France, aren't they? Or Luxembourg, okay. Well, nothing's really shaking from my option scanner today. Obviously, the BIOC, yeah, it worked briefly, but I wouldn't call that a winner. The GOCO, no, I don't know. I mean, it's just taking its time. I don't know if it's going to come back to that price. All right, now the market is starting to move down, guys. So I'd be a little reluctant to go long anything right now, unless it's really trading on its own. On an alpha stock that doesn't really care what the market is doing. Yeah, it looks like it's game over for SNOA. Was not able to take out that 1150 with any gusto. But you know, look at Macy's, came right back up. I know you guys were shorting it probably for a while, but I mean it came back down, but right back up for a while anyway. Meanwhile, we've got one really big winner from the AI. I'm just looking here, TSP. Wow, excellent alert from the AI. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this, 10% right now. Entry 3302. Wow, $36. What an alert. And straight up. No no real cause for concern on all these time frames. Just straight up. TSP. I wonder what the Kathy Woods. Okay, so she's I guess she's indicated that she's bought this one. That is my scan, right? Pre-market movers, that's my scan. MDB, that's my scan. It's not a layout. It's my scan. You have to promise me it's just one window, right? Before I load it. MD. The reason I'm saying that is that if it's a layout, I'm going to lose my layout. Okay, so you're talking about here. You're not talking, when you call it the channel, are you talking about my scan or are you talking about here, pre-market? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just doing it right now in front of you. I don't know what to say. Not here, not the M window, but you know, if you want to sort on the gap, biggest gaps, you know, just double left click. I don't know what else I can tell you. I'm just double left clicking. You see how it's changing? Sorting on the column. Like it has to be done. It can't be like click, click. Okay, it's got to be a rapid double left click. Yeah, you don't sort on this. This is not, the idea is not to sort on this one. That's what I kept asking you. I said, is this a T window? Okay. You don't sort on this one. There's no, you know, this is not a sortable, this is not a sort. Topless windows, the whole idea of a topless window is all these different columns. You can get different looks. And so the topless windows are what you sort on, okay? You don't sort on alert windows or multi-strategy windows. Okay? Because obviously when you sort on a topless window, you're getting different looks. You know, right now I want to find the biggest gappers. Okay, double left click rapidly. So you see now this is DLO, BIOC, DSP. But if I want to sort on the ones that are up the most, you know, pure dollar wise, you know, I'm going to get a different look. So But I'm sorry, I'm trying to pester you in this, but I kept asking you, is it a T window, upper left-hand corner? Yeah, a lot of things are not following through. Exactly. Especially especially when we were going long. I mean, depending on, the type of stock it was, if it's not a real alpha stock completely. I mean, this one, look at this. I mean, this didn't at some point did not care. It will care at some point, you would think, that what the market's doing. Yeah, okay, I can share these. These are my upper and lower. It's called upper and lower, all right? But just so you, whoops. So I'm so glad I asked you. Not you, but MD. So this is my, okay, where are you? Main monitor, upper, share. Share. So I may have made some changes, some small changes, so it may not look exactly the same, okay? Can't remember the last time I saved them, so. Now, just so you know, when you load my upper one, this window here, the Brokerage Plus window, it'll be completely blank. Just exit out, okay? This does not copy. Um, well, this is a don't repeat version. Okay, so at this point, this is the don't repeat version. Left side. Well, at when it hit $20, it must have been 97 new highs. I don't know. I mean, yeah, at 950. Just these two, Siri, okay? Just these two. The reason I can't share the other ones, I've got custom filters in them, okay? And they don't copy. They just don't copy. I'm sorry. So let me just go over the AI a little bit, guys. So I was talking about this one, this TSP, nice alert. There was your entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. There's your stop. I mean, this is at one point, it's starting to drop now, but it was up about 10%. In order to see this window called Strategy Trades all I would do is, from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay? Make it easy on yourself. Don't concern yourself with what the differences are between Holly Neo 2.0 or Grail. I wouldn't even concern yourself about what the strategies are. Wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay. I use it like a watch list if I can really pay attention. I like the ones, I do like the ones under $20, but how you trade them will be up to you. You can also use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. You can practice trading using our simulator. If you want to connect to if you have an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, or E-Trade account, you can use it. You have to be using our downloadable application, not the web-based version. I will put the link in for Brokerage Plus. Okay, in the link I have, there are 2 videos. The short video shows you how, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can connect. So you would click on live, and then you're connected. So you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. The second video goes into a lot more detail of what you can do, both in simulation paper trading mode, or if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account. Shoot, I wish I'd been, I mean, great short now for this TSP. Guys, this SSL is interesting. This is on the way down also. I don't know where they're out of. That's a cool looking flag. So, South African flag, okay, SSL. Through the 200-day moving average, on the way down. It's got some, the next low is looking left or around 12. So this is a really interesting potential short. I love the ones that break down through the whole number, but also through the 200-day moving average. And like a lot of stocks are just drifting down. Ouch! Okay. Then you should have been buying SNOA. They just expanded into health or into dental care. Real. When you go to your dentist, ask them about SNOA. Okay, I can give you the pre-market. Again, I may have made some changes. I don't know the last time I saved it, so I may have made some changes. Probably not, though. Okay, Thomas, Sir Thomas, here's a video. Creating a dock, okay? The main reason for docking, the main reason for having our new beta with the docking feature is for the docking channel bar, okay? That's the main reason. For years and years and years, people, they'd want to be looking at our channel bar, but as you know, well, maybe you don't know, but it's a layout. So if you had a layout up and running, you would lose it would be replaced. I mean, you always save your layout. You could always bring it back, but it was a real hassle. So now with this new beta, you can at any time during the day, you can start looking at the different sector or the different channels. They're all themed channels, and your layout still remains. That's the number one reason, okay, for using using our latest beta from the website. Now you want to get a little more fancy and learning how to place windows, trade ideas windows into what we call a docked channel, or not, it's not a docked channel, a docking window, then watch that video, okay? I mean, listen, M is so, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but boy, oh boy, what a strong play today. So again, guys, you can use this. Let's just take Macy's right now. Just do it. Yeah, something's going on here. Yeah, I should be getting a pop-up with the number of shares. Anyway, let's take 500 shares in Macy's right at the market. The spread is obviously okay. I'm going to just briefly talk about money management. So got into that trade at 21.16. Very important, that you have to, well, in the way I trade anyway, you have to have a stop. Not all the trades are going to work. Okay, so the stop literally is, okay, where am I going to get out if this trade doesn't work? So you notice I put a stop in at 20.96 and it says minus $98. It's approximately 100. So if you're new to trading, this is part of the practice, figuring out where you're going to put a stop. Where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you? You just can't hope and pray that it's going to work. So that's how I trade anyway. So I'll always have a stop, and where I put a stop is kind of based on what I see on the chart, where I think there's a support level. I put this 20 cents away to make the math easy, because that will also share size you. You don't go into, in my opinion anyway, you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares a trade, 200 shares a trade. The number of shares you take, it should be a combination of where you entered and where your stop is. And the difference is, in this case, I put it 20 cents away, because the other aspect is, okay, you place a stop, how much you're actually willing to risk on the trade though, dollar-wise, if it works against you. So in this particular case, I'm in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. That's how I got 500 shares. I knew my entry was going to be 21.16. My stop was 20 cents away. I divide 20 cents into $100, and that's how you get 500 shares. So, it takes a while. So that's why we're saying practice with our simulator. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. You can practice with the simulator. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you start using your live account, okay? Just forget about it. Now, if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to make money, because, all of a sudden, when you have real money, I mean, right now this is just play money. When you have real money, and you're watching your P&L go up, emotions come into it, and sometimes, you get jumpy, and more importantly, sometimes you don't obey your stop. You put a stop in, you get into the trade, all excited, it's got to work. Macy's had great earnings release, yes, yes, yes. How can it fail? And it starts to move against you. So you look at it and you think, well, maybe I put my stop too tight, because I know this is going to work. So you start moving your stop down and down and down. And maybe by the time you finally get out of the trade, you're down $500 instead of that manageable $100. So, in my opinion anyway, very important to obey your stop. And that's how, just practice. Keep practicing and practicing and practicing. Now, if when you get into a trade, now right here, 2116 and it's at 2108, there's my stop is, I moved my stop just to demonstrate. I just keep it right there. Now, I don't have to wait for my stop. If I don't like the way it's trading, a stock is trading, I can get out earlier. This is sort of the ultimate stop, if you will, okay? But I can always get out earlier if I want to. If I just don't like the way it's trading, the market's moving against me, a lot of things come into play. Yeah, creating a trading plan. I mean, a lot of it is what you like to trade also, okay? I mean, obeying the stops is paramount, in my opinion. Understanding how to look at a chart. Or, I mean, listen, there are ways to you can put stops different ways. I like to size up on a chart where I see what I think is support if I'm going long. So if it broke down through there, I should be out of the trade. Some will use a moving average. How you do it will, ultimately, you'll have to figure out that yourself, what you get comfortable with. The other thing to get comfortable with is, different styles of trading. I am a momentum trader. I like to see things at the highs or lows of the day, and then, take it from there, looking at a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart to see what I think. Whoops, why do I have two monthly charts here? There we go. So, I mean, it's going to take a while. I mean, there's no, to create a trading plan. The big thing is to obey your stops. Figure out where you're going to put a stop. Share sizing you so that, okay, if a trade works against you, you're not going to get hurt too much by the trade. A manageable amount that you're risking. Yeah, TSP is right back up. Right back up. So it did have a great pullback if you were short, but it is right back up again. Some like to play, like some are more in tune by playing pullbacks, They don't get the idea, they don't like the idea of momentum trading, which is fine. It's hard, it's just hard to know it when you're starting out, what sort of trader you're going to be, like what sort of things you like to see, what sort of setups do you like. But honestly, I mean, a trading plan, if it doesn't include money management, you might as well just throw it out. Yeah, I mean that's why we listen. I mean, I don't talk about Brokers Plus in terms of trading IB or E-Trade account that much. To me, it's way more valuable for new people because it's got a great simulator. Using our real-time data, you can practice trading. The other thing I was going to mention is you can also practice swing trading. So if I don't get out of this Macy's trade in the simulator by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Okay? So you can practice swing trading also using our simulator. Okay, novice, I appreciate that. Well, that's where practicing, April, is there's no, you have to figure out again what sort of a trader you are. Do you like the concept of, taking Macy's if it pulled back down to here, 2055, I don't want to take it up here, but if it pulls back to this level, looking at a chart, that might be a bit of a support area, a little bit of action on the 15 minutes. So if it pulled back here, maybe I want to be out of the trade. Now see, I just got stopped out, by the way. Okay, let the stop in. Now, let's do it a different way. Let's take it if it pulls back to 2055. Okay, I'll just show you how you can practice something like that. I'm going to click the buy button. So now, if Macy's pulls back, and that might be that might be your style of trading. You can't know what your style of trading if you're new. You can't know. Took me a while, I'm not on mute, no. So now, if Macy's pulls back, if that's the style of trader, but you might be, again, sitting there saying, well, I don't know what style of trader I am. I can't help you with that. Okay, I really can't help you with that. I determined that I like to see things near the highs of the day or lows of the day if I'm shorting, and then looking left to see what sort of on the monthly, weekly. What? Oh, that was crazy. I was looking at that big M. I thought it was a monthly chart, and then looking to see if a stock still has room to run. So that's why with the SNOA, earlier on, when you look at it, what was I saying? Constantly. Well, look left on the monthly chart. Look left on that weekly chart, okay? So when it was up here, there was the next high looking left, around $15. Now, it stalled, but in theory, if you'd been in here at $12 or so, you could look left and think, well, okay, it still has some room to run. Now, did it run? Of course not, it didn't, but it could have, until it stalled. But that's why you always hear me looking left on the monthly, daily, and weekly charts, just checking to see where the next highs are. Also, always knowing where that 200-day moving average is. That can stop a stock in its tracks also. You guys can hear me, right? I'm not on mute. Gotta make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, thank you. Listen, it could take, because that's the other question I get asked. Well, how long is it going to take me in the simulator before I get good at it? It may never happen. I hate to say it like that. It may never happen, but there's no time. It all depends. Some people pick things up more quickly. Some people, just don't. So it could be a month. It could be 6 months. It could be a year. It could be never. Trading is not easy. Trade Ideas, we're a scanner. Okay, we don't. It's not. You put together the scans and you get the alerts, and now these are the things the minute I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade. What it means is, okay, get an alert. Let's take a look, because I know this is when I get an alert here, it's making a new high. I get an alert here, it's making a new low. So again, I look left, I look left, I look left to see what sort of resistance there is. But the other thing is, I mean, if I got an alert and when I see it and it's 4 15-minute candles straight up, I'm not going to take the trade. It is too extended in my opinion. So then what I'd be waiting for is, okay, can it pause a bit? Maybe 2 or 3 candles. Can it kind of pause a little while, catch its breath, and then start moving again on volume? Oh no, William, I'm going to miss Emily. Meanwhile, guys, I mean, the CLF and tech and just continuing their march down. There's other thing, April and others. I mean, you start looking at sectors, so obviously right now, I mean, this sector, iron ore mining and, metals and mining, it's just being beat. Tech, Alcoa, they're all being beaten up today. I mean, a lot of the stocks are being beaten up today. But, these are kind of infrastructure plays, I guess. But, I mean, they're being just beaten up today. Just one moment, please. Guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just looking at Stantec here. Some of you will know why. All right, guys. So look at Macy's even. I was wondering why Macy's wasn't showing up in the option scanner. Let's take a look. I guess obviously the option volume is huge. It might have taken a while to get up to that 300%. Look at the relative volume, 13 times normal. Boy, Vail, CLF, Tech, all in the same sector. Kind of waiting on this SSL to maybe collapse a little bit more. SSL, kind of the same sector, but maybe a little bit different. No, no, Stantec has not been halted on the way up over and over. No, no. It just doesn't trade very much on the U.S. market. That's why it's a Canadian company. Well, it trades in dual listing, but it doesn't trade very much in the U.S. market. 16,000 shares. No, it's I don't know. I don't know why they're showing up then. I mean, it's not been halted. I mean, that dotted line, that's just a swing exit, okay? That, if you're talking about that dotted line, but that is not, it's not been halted. Here's another nice one from the AI on a short for Vroom. Let's see, how many shares? So it's not an earnings play. There was the short 1487 down to 1449 now. I'd stay away from AMC, but I mean, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it's chopped around the last little bit. I mean, volatile stocks, I mean, use our, one thing is the relative volume filter. That's going to show you stocks that are very active, okay? Number one. Now, whether they're going to jump up and down constantly all day long, that's another issue. But the relative volume filter is a very powerful one. So you can start off with like 5 or 6, and you'll only see stocks that are, moving. Now, whether they're jumping up and down, I don't know if that's what you mean exactly. All right, guys, I'm just obviously, well, if you're not obviously, if you're in the room yesterday, hardly had anything in the new highs or new lows. We have a few in the new highs, but way more in the new lows. Way more. Another one, look at this. I mean, right at that 200-day moving average. I keep staring at SSL in case it really starts to move down. I think it's got a fairly big float. Yeah, $500 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it down, but it might be, I'm just intrigued. fact that it is through the 200-day moving average, and there's room underneath for it to keep moving down. So, and I mean the next low is looking left, around that 1250 mark, and it's in the sectors that are just getting beaten up. So. I can't remember anymore, April. I think there, others might chime in on this. 2%, like never have more than 2% of your account in any one trade, or 1%, or I can't remember what that percentage is anymore. Yeah, so Celia, yeah, so I would, have a high relative volume, number one, which is going to only show you stocks that are, really moving. And typically they'll move up and move down. So if you're looking for the action stocks, there's no question that the relative volume filter, they say 2%. Okay, there you go. Okay, so Thomas in our YouTube room, I would start here. If you're just brand new to trade ideas, before you start pulling your hair out, okay, so when I'm sorry, you'd copy two links. Just give me a moment. Just a second. Just click on my home page. I'm going to put the link in again. Okay, so click on my home page, and when you do that, this is what you'll see. So one of the sections is education. Okay, so if you're new to trade ideas, before you get too overwhelmed, take a look at the 20 lessons. All right, because it talks about what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, okay? That just gives you an overview of the basic features of trade ideas. Okay, that's number one. Number two, whoops. If you scroll down to educational videos, watch the videos. Okay, and one of the first one is starting trade ideas from scratch. I would look at that. We have some other videos, other aspects of trade ideas, but I would definitely, look at this one. Now, and if you're new to trading, if you're not new to trading, that's fine. But if you're new, and this might be you, April. Back to basics. It talks about, it starts off with what is a stock, an introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance. You might want to take a look at this video series. Okay, Michael put this together. Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put this together, and it's all these videos are very short and quick, to the point. You might want to take a look at this if you're starting out trading. Now, the other thing is this. The reason why people get overwhelmed sometimes with trade ideas is because, first of all, you've got too many windows, too many alerts, windows, too many top lists. You're trying to, make sure you don't miss any setup that's available in the entire world, okay? Which is what I did. When I started in 2010 with Trade Ideas, I probably had 30 scans. Maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe 20, 25 scans. Because I kept reading about, well, you don't want to miss this type of a setup, you don't want to miss this type of a setup, on and on and on. So consequently, I was just clicking like mad all day long. You can start 5%, sure. Now I'm clicking on alerts all day long and get absolutely nothing done. So I had to really make a decision. What sort of a trader did I want to be? And so that's when I decided I kind of like the idea of momentum trading, seeing stocks making new highs, making new lows, and kind of figuring out what to do from there. So that's the one thing. Don't have so many scans so you get overwhelmed. The other thing is that, sure, we've got a lot. If you right click on an alert window, and then click on configure, then search. Sure, we've got a lot of alerts here. We've got a ton of alerts. We've got a lot of filters. You don't have to learn them all. I use 0.5% of them. We have a lot of them because, we have 10,000 customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we try to create sort of an a la carte method that you can combine the alerts and filters for those of you who want to make their own scans. Yeah, so I mean, you don't have to learn every alert, every filter. This is an awesome play from the AI. No kidding. I mean, this TSP. So satisfied both types of traders here. It moved up and then it had a great pullback. So, for those of you who are interested in shorting, I mean, that had a great pullback and then it just resumed. Well, that's definitely I mean, you're talking. I mean, listen, a lot of people how they'll trade. William is one of them. He'll look at the 5-minute chart. There's the Bollinger Band. That is my that's that brown line. If it's way above the Bollinger Band, he'll look to short it because typically stocks will revert to the mean, as it's called, and yeah, sometimes they'll go back to the VWAP. Okay, so AJ, if it's an alert window, these are real-time alerts. Okay, so when I create an alert window and I see something appear, that's a real-time alert. Okay, number one. If it's a top list window, which is a different function, a top list window will update every 30 seconds, but it's a different function. For instance, if you just wanted to see the stocks that were up the most today, or down the most today, you would, but you're not caring if they were making a new high or a new low. You just want to see the ones that are up the most today. Then you would use a top list window as an example, and it will rank the stocks. You put other filters in, obviously, maybe a price range and minimum volume, things like that, and then that'll update every 30 seconds. So of course that list can change every 30 seconds. Yeah, TSP does not show up in my scans because I have a maximum price limit of $25. Okay, it showed up in the AI scan, but I have a maximum price limit typically of $25 in my scans. That's just how I like to trade. So that makes sense, AJ? So an alert window, it's a real-time alert. In a top list window, with a T in the upper left-hand corner, gets updated every 30 seconds. You wouldn't want it to update like well, it would make no sense to have it in so-called real time because the symbols would be changing so many times because remember it's a ranking. Now the top list windows are excellent for doing things like this. Let me just bring back one of them. Okay, so this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, So you notice here, so this is what I do in the pre-market. This is my pre-market actives up, my pre-market actives down, and these scans, gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, available from my website. Okay, my website, I keep saying my website, but my link, okay, my homepage. Go to the scan section and these three are there. So typically, when you're doing your pre-market work, what you're looking at the beginning is to check the ones that are up the most, okay? And that's the change. This is this column right there, the change percent column from the close. That's typically what your eyes are going to be drawn to. What are the ones that are up the most or down the most? Okay, that's why. So, but after you do that, then you can start sorting on the various columns. Now these are the columns that I have. So for instance, the volume to day percent column, if I double left click, when I'm looking at this in the pre-market, okay, let's just say now this is, right now this is, of course this still works, once the market opens, but I cut it off. I close this scan down at 9:30 because I'm only interested in looking at it in the pre-market. But so when I'm looking at this in the pre-market, this volume to day percent is a very, very nice one to take a look at also, because let's just say it said 50. Okay, I mean, again, this is way more because the market's open and it's extraordinary volume for some of these things. But if it said 50% as an example, okay, in the pre-market. So what that's telling me is the stock has already traded 50% in the pre-market what it normally does all day long. Okay, that's pretty powerful. A lot of activity in the pre-market. Why would I sort on that column? Because sometimes, when you're looking at the change from the close, your eyes are drawn to the ones that are up, but there could be something that's only up 8%, okay? And yet it's trading really abnormally. So your eyes can be drawn to that. The float. I'll sort on the float column. Okay, just a second here. So now I'm seeing the ones that are very low float. Again, I may not see them. They may not be up the most, but they're sort of buried down, midway down. But if I sort on this column, my eyes are drawn to those ones also. And saying, something's going on with this. Very, very low float. The short float percent. You get the idea. I can start sorting on all these different columns to get a different look. That's what a top list window is all about. So that's my exercise that I do in the pre-market when I'm doing my pre-market work. Meanwhile, PMVP is just getting crushed here. PMVP all-time low. I'm just this is showing up on my one of my gap scans. Just getting crushed. All-time low. An IPO back here. Had a nice pop up to 60. I sort of remember this. And then since then, cut in half. More than cut in half. This has just been a disaster year for IPOs. I know somebody is going to say, yeah, but what about this one? You're right. I'm not saying every single solitary IPO has been terrible, but it's just not been a good year for IPOs. A good year meaning, okay, they move up and they don't just collapse. I mean, that's pretty tough. Even here, the IPO price at 36. You might say, okay, maybe these 2 months were aberrations, but come on. So let's take a look at Macy's. It did not come back down to that 2056. Okay, did not come back. So it did not take that order on that pullback yet. It may not. All right, guys. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Okay. VRXP, I don't think that. Yeah, you know what? I had trouble with that all week also, Alex. Getting the right symbol in. Yeah, so it's not sure. It was never shortable for me. Oh, I see. Okay. What was shortable was not that I wanted it because it was already down so much. What was shortable that had not been shortable yesterday was the other one though, the PMCB. Yeah, guys, I've obviously picked the right one to focus on. The CLF and the MT and the Veil and all that. I was focusing on the SSL because I just love the way it broke down through the 200-day moving average, down through the whole number. Had some. Don't worry about this, guys. This build I'm on. And in fact, in the marketing, today's Thursday, yeah, in the marketing meeting when I asked what the status is. I love the way though it broke down through the 200-day, through the whole number, had some room underneath. OLB is ringing in my ear, but it is not shortable with the big red dot at IB, Interactive Brokers, not shortable. So this is an example of a financing and what can happen to a stock when they do a financing. You know, the financing is at $4.30. That's way under. Yeah, I think this has to be my stock of the day video, the Macy's. Yeah, it's impressive as heck. I mean, you know, with the market doing what it's doing, but look what's happened, guys. Now we have a little disconnect going. Okay, little disconnect in the market. Look at this. So the Dow is down, SPY's up a little bit, tech is up. So there's a little disconnect going on in the market. So value's down, growth is up. Let's take a look at the sector status now. Remember in the pre-market we looked at it and everything was down. Interesting, NVDA, it might, but it actually had a downgrade this morning, I noticed. Somebody's mentioning that NVDA. I'm sure that with a lot of the, here we are, here's our sector status. So now you look at tech. I mean, this was, you know, hardly anything was up. Now at least 60% of the stocks are up above yesterday's close. Look at energy, still just, I mean, there have been some days that, there have been some stocks up, but we've seen so many days that every single energy stock is down. Every single one of them that make up the sector, XLE. Look at utilities. Real estate about 50-50. Consumer staples, 2/3. Look at this, healthcare, 74%. I'm surprised communications is at 34%. A lot, I would have thought it would be a little more like communications. But anyway, this gives you a snapshot of what the markets are doing, the individual sectors, the big sectors. So, this is another, way of gauging whether you should take a trade or not. Not talking about these necessarily, but if you're going to get into an energy play, as an example, okay, and it's not one of these ones, it just happens to be, because not every energy play makes up the XLE. But if you were going to take an energy play, thinking, I think I'd like to take that one, and then you take a glance at the sector, everything is, not one stock is up. So unless that stock that you want to get into is really trading on its own, it's got some, great news, maybe it's an earnings play, or it's had some great news, why would you take something that everything in the sector is down? You're really, you're just not putting the odds in your favor. But if you wanted to take a healthcare stock right now, I'm not talking about one of these, I'm just talking about something that's in the healthcare sector, healthcare related, you might look and say, okay, well, it's having a bounce, okay? You can click, this one is up 3%, but you can just sort of see, okay, it's having a bounce. So again, how to have this? Download the latest beta so you don't have to worry about your layout being replaced, okay? Download the latest beta. This is the #1 reason to do it, so you can, you can check through the different channels during the day. And it's a good idea to just check this channel every now and then, the sector status. How are things looking? All right, guys, it is now, what time is it? 11:42. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Again, I'll be taking my break in about 15 minutes. So if you want to head over to YouTube while I'm on my break, I'm going to confirm that it'll be Jamie in the YouTube room. So Jamie is most of the other guys are way more swing traders than I am. So, but let me just do a confirmation. GOVX is ringing in my ear here. Wow. When I say that, guys, I have this one on text to voice. That's so. It's I hear her saying GOVX over and over and over and over again. Yeah. So, Chris, you're sort of talking about a competing product in a Trade Ideas room. Okay. So. Hey guys, I'm just waiting for the confirmation that it'll be Jamie in the room. It is him, okay. Finally, are you? Well, I'm cheering for a lower Canadian dollar compared to yours. So finally, we're breaking down under 80. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. I mean, that looked like okay, maybe the run is over, but this is not. I mean, now we've got two green candles. So again, your bounce plays could start working again if you were looking at bounce plays. Oh, I see that. Oh, I see. GOVX actually got halted a couple of times, maybe at least once. Okay, so there's another one that broke through the 200-day briefly anyway. Well, it's not briefly, it's above the 200-day. Got up to 504. Look at the high looking left. That looks like 516. So yeah, this could be ripe for a short. But yeah, it is a virus play, so you got to be careful a little bit. 6 million in the float, so a very, very low float. Look at this. Oh, it's very low volume, 147,000. Sorry. FLGC, poor old Flora. Remember Flora? Way up here at $21. Not that long ago, guys. I mean, look, we're 1, 2, 3 days ago. FLGC up at $22, 20, almost $22. Under $9 now. 3 days ago. Think it's easy to trade? I don't know how people swing trade. I just don't know. I'm just trying to see if there's any specific news for it today. It doesn't look like there's any specific news other than just saying traders saying to heck with it for 4 days now. So I mean, this is an interesting little pattern. It had a pop up. I mean, actually, there's a pretty big pop up to 918. I'm sure a lot of people might have thought, oh, okay, I guess maybe it's going to rally off the bottom, and then it just stops in its tracks and continues down again. Well, Kramer was right. Yeah, so nothing really shaking for my option scanner today, guys. I mean, BioC, I mean, that, briefly was it up. I don't think GoCo really moved off that 544. And the Macy's, I mean, listen, later on, I mean, you're right. I mean, this is basing unbelievably at 21. So the next step to do is take a look and 2230. Sure of that? No, you see right there, 2110 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. That might be stalling it for a bit. If I can get through that, then 2230. Well, the SPY has a lot of tech components, though, and tech was starting to move. I mean, look at this. Tech is up now. Dow's only down, 16. So, I mean, looks like we're going to go positive every major indices: the SPY, Dow, and tech. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm Alex. Yeah, I don't listen to anybody. First of all, I mean, most of us here are probably more intraday traders, so I mean, we're always looking for the ones that are moving, not too affected by what the talking heads on TV are talking about. All right, guys. Now, listen, SNOA may be trying, especially if it can get back over 10. I mean, it's had a pretty, yeah, a little bit choppy here. You know, looks like 9 might be a base, you know, for it to fly off of. Okay, sorry guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. It's 11:56 now, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. M guys, M on the way up. I'm hearing M anyway. Yes. Okay, thank you, Jamie. I see you just posted there. Okay. Okay, guys. So yeah, Macy's so strong. Good to see. Okay, guys. I'm going to take my break now. I'm going to stop the streaming now, Jamie. So have fun for the hour. Stop the streaming now, Jamie. So have fun for the hour.
Okay, I do believe I have it. Barry's going to take his break. I'll be your host for the next hour for the live support session. My name is Jamie. Welcome everyone to my desktop. I do believe you can see and hear me, but if someone would be so kind as to let me know in the chat panel that you can indeed hear and see me, that would be fantastic. Thank you, MH. All right, good to go. Okay. Yeah, so Barry was just talking about M. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. I got a little bug in my developer's version here. Hopefully it won't plague me too much during this session. So Barry was just talking about, hey Kevcom, how you doing? Macy's, wow, you know, a big float stock. Just a little over 300 million in the float, but moving around like it's a low float instrument today. Big volume, 70, almost 76 million shares traded, relative volume of 12. A little over 12 on a big cap like this is not something that you see very often, but as you can see, they love it. Squeezing a daily in here, and right back here we've got the weekly chart. So some interesting levels to pay attention to when we're looking at the weekly here. You know, looks like it's got a teensy bit more room before we test this level here, which could act as some supply resistance, kind of matching up back here from way back in June of 2019. Hello, Mama Bull. Yeah, MH, stocks that have gone parabolic. Yeah, there's lots of different ways that we can say I want to see stocks that are up huge. So let's just take a look at a few here. What was the one Barry was just talking about here? The one that was parabolic that is no longer parabolic? Man, I can't recall the symbol. It was at 21 and it had just taken a big bath. That'd be a good one to use as an example, but if nobody can recall the symbol, well, we can just play around with some alert windows here. So when we're talking about parabolic MH, what kind of time frame are you talking about there? Are we talking about something that moved huge in a day period, in a smaller intraday time frame, over a week, over a month? So just throw me out a time frame there, and we can see what we can find. Okay, intraday. And I kind of thought that's what you might be getting at there, but you never know. All right, so a couple of different ways here. I tell you what, let's go the top list form for now. And I'm just going to bust out a template here, the old volume radar, and then we'll make some adjustments to it. Well, it looks like it's not pulling up my older versions. Let me see here. There we go. Just going to pull this old guy up as a template. Let me change a few columns around here. Don't need that. Yeah, it's always nice to see. Relative volume. Don't really need position and range. Volume today, relative volume, price, of course in symbol. All right, so you were talking about, and we can throw both of these columns in here. Intraday and the past 5 days. Okay, so for the intraday time frame, MH, give me a number. In an hour, in 15 minutes, in 30 minutes. Just give me something to work with there for the intraday time frame. In the meantime, we'll find the change in 5-day, and we'll just use percentage and we'll show that as a column. All right, so right now MH, I'll just throw or are you just looking for the, okay, we'll just leave the 5-day here. So yeah, I think it might have been Mama, SNOA, or I don't know, it had an L in the symbol. Yeah, that's just that little gap and comeback. I can't recall the symbol off the top of my head. So, okay, so we've got a real simple top list here. Let's see what filtering I left in there. Yeah, just between 5 and 150. Actually, instead of using a daily volume amount, we'll just say volume today, because who really cares about the average? We just want to see if it's in play today. So we'll do volume today shares, and we'll just throw something random in there like 200,000. Okay. Now all we have to do to find the ones that are up the most in 5 days is simply sort by this column here. Change in 5 days. All right, so hey, speak of the devil. SNOA at the top of the list there because it's up 66% in 5 days. Yeah, doodle dum, it was FGLC. I think that was it. If you notice, I have to wait a second here on my developer's build, or was it FLGC? There we go. All right, so obviously this thing, massive move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, any 5-day increment there, you're going to be getting a nice up move, but obviously this one was a lot longer than 5 days. But a little bit outside of the time frame or scope, unless you're talking about, you know, these 4 or 5 days right here. Definitely would have showed up on this scan as that was happening. But right now at the top of the list, we've got SNOA. DLO up 24%. Of course, a lot of gap there as well. Looks like this is a younger stock. This is the limited weekly data that we have on it. Typically when you see this, it's either going to be an IPO or something that rebranded itself in the form of a SPAC. But yes, FLGC was the one. Okay, so getting back to your point here, MH, notice there aren't a whole lot of stocks with huge moves in the past 5 days. And I really have very limited filtering here. Let's see if we can loosen it up just a little bit. You know, between 5 and 150. What if we shrank volume down to 100,000? Doesn't really change that much. Matter of fact, we could remove that volume requirement completely. And you just saw it changed it just a little bit, okay? Now, curiosity's got the best of me already here. Let's see. I don't think this is really going to impact it that much. Change in 5 days. If we mandated a minimum of 20%, would that change? Okay, interesting. Notice that when we have just the filter installed as a column, oops, and let's see here, go to time frame, set record count. I'm only showing 100 stocks there, all right? But when we say a minimum of 20%, we're getting a lot more candidates here and a very limited list. Okay, this list is still set up to show a maximum of 100 stocks, but as soon as we put the minimum of 20% in the 5-day move, then we get a lot more interesting candidates here. DLO, gap, base, a nice solid grind up on the past 5 days. LHDX. So let me know if this is kind of what you're shooting for there, MH, if these are the guys that you're after here. Because we never really dictated a minimum amount. It's just let's see what happens. Of course, you're like, wow, 369%, but didn't really trade there, gapped there. Now, depending on what you're wanting to do with these, go with the move or fading them, perhaps. Okay. So most of the times for finding stocks like this with big moves, I usually try the top list way first. It's just a little bit more orderly than watching a scrolling alert window. Right, and then you could start creating your list of symbols, right? You may want to take all of these symbols here and maybe you would put them into an alert window, maybe something hitting new lows or something like that. But it's real simple, you know. This is a rather short list. You could really type all of these symbols in manually if that's what you wanted to do, but we do make it easy. If you wanted to capture all the symbols, all we do is highlight them, hit Control C, and then boom, you've got those copied into the cache. And you can use right click or Control V. When you come in here and make a new list, it's just as simple as creating a new one. Big 5-day move. Once you create that list and click on it and hit edit, all you'd have to do is right click and paste those symbols in there, and then boom, you can create that new high or new low ticker, maybe 25% pullback from the highs. You know, whatever you think might be a good alert to see if it's a good time to enter that symbol. Sure, that filter that we're using is the change in 5 days. You can see right here, I just installed it as a column right there on the top list. But I also mandated a minimum up percentage here just by using 20. Of course, I would assume when I take it down 5%, we'll get just a little bit more to look at. That did tack on, it almost doubled the list there when we went from 15. Of course, a lot of the ones that are going to be up big are going to be gaps, which probably won't be of interest from a trading perspective. Maybe, maybe not, depending on if it was a buyout or just speculation. But most of these are going to be probably not moving a whole lot from those top gaps. But you will see some that fit the bill. So once again, change in 5 days. If I go back in here to configure, you'll notice that we have two different versions. Change in 5 days in dollar amount, change in 5 days in percent. So whichever one, or you can always use both. Maybe we'll just want to see the dollar amount as well. We just tack that column on. 216% or almost $10, 67.1% equates to $3.94. And I tell you what, just so you don't have to jump through all the hoops here, make sure this is live. We'll change the name, and I'll just drop this cloud link into the chat panel for you guys. And we'll just call it large 5-day move. And there's the cloud link for you. All right, just looking at the questions panel here, make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, nice little crowd in here. So I'm sure some of you might be test drive participants. If you are, welcome. If it's your first time using our scanner here. All right, good deal, MH. So the AI not having too terrible of a day today. Looks like we only have one stop out on the Bumble. Let's see how the PFE was throwing wiggles last time I looked at it. Okay. Still managing to hang in there. Cycling back down to these lower levels right at the break-even point. But definitely the shining star today from a percentage standpoint. Let me just squeeze this out a little bit. Got a nice little 12% winner in TSP. Beautiful entry signal there, looking at the intraday on the 15-minute. And just doing what we always hope a long play does. Just goes up immediately. Interesting on the daily as we approach these levels here. Notice where we kind of put on the brakes as we get into this level that's currently acting. Well, we didn't even quite get there. We could say we got there, just not quite past the little dojis there. But interesting nonetheless. If we coil up here for a little bit and go sideways, we might want to make another run here. Might have a little bit more room left in the old, or a little bit more gas left in the tank. So we'll see what happens. Looking over here at the intraday, hasn't even wanted to come down here and test the 10 period yet. Staying well above it. That's not to say that it might not happen before the day is done, but we'll see what happens. And this is a great example also of what we talk about a lot in the webinars when we're talking about Holly or the AI. Notice the conservative profit here, which is, the AI using all of its exit reasons in conservative mode. It's always going to tell you why it got out of the trade in conservative mode over here. Don't know why I can't get that to expand a little bit. All right. Profit save for TSP in conservative mode. And we can see the shaded area up here. This shaded area that we're looking at here. This is the time that the AI spends in the trade in conservative mode. And we can see the exit somewhere in this candle here. So it left a little money on the table. That's why in the moderate profit column, that's just telling us had we stayed in the trade, instead of being up 125 bucks, we'd be up approximately 240. So almost double there. If you took a little bit more risk and ignored the AI's conservative profit exit there. Now you guys might be wondering, what are these numbers here based on? I have mine set up to risk $100 per trade. So we're risking 100. So it would be up a nice 2.4 R. 2.4 times our risk. Risking 100 and up 240 or 230 right now. So as we see the AI exiting, if we're in the trade, we can make the decision, you know what? I like the exit that the AI is calling here. Or if you're like me, you're thinking to yourself, well, we might go test these levels. Stock is holding up. It's going in the direction, so going to hold it. I'm going to take more risk in hopes of making more. And it's working so far today. Not really a lot of other conservative and moderate spread to speak of. But I will tell you this, BMBL, classic trade round opportunity. So let me just drag this out a little bit here. So here we are looking at that Bumble short trade on the 15-minute intraday time frame, this being the first candle of the day. Not a bad call. It's just the timing was off a little bit. So we get short right here, and in the same candle, boom, we get stopped out up here. Perfect wick above the stop area. And then how does the stock react around this stop area? Well, it's acting more or less as a short-term level of supply. Now, if these candles would have closed and the thing would have trended higher, wouldn't really have been a good trade around candidate, okay? But this one fits it to the T, all right? We watch how the stock operates around the area there. Once we feel like this is acting, indeed, we had to test it over another 30-minute period here, wicked through it again, and then right back down. So once this candle closed here, we had plenty of time to make that decision. Well, we could short it anywhere between the stop area and the original price here and have a better price than the AI did, taking advantage of the action that has ensued and simply making another bet, or what we like to refer to as a second mouse entry here. See the AI get stopped out, watch what the stock does. If it makes sense, and this area is acting as a decent little area of resistance here, we can make another entry. We do even have an option for people that are auto trading the AI in Brokerage Plus to make re-entries. And the magic area there would be halfway between the original signal and the stop level. So approximately right here, or we can just consult the re-entry metrics down here. Re-entry price, 51.80. Let's see where my line is there. Yep, pretty good eyeball right there, 51.80. This would have been our re-entry level right here. And of course it would have worked nicely. What do we got here for trades today? 4 and 8. 8 signals from the AI, and not a bad performance. So if we cycle through the risk modes, if I bring my strategies panel down, once again, all reflective of risking $100 per trade. And so when I cycle through the risk modes here, risking 100, if we tally up the conservative column here, 178, moderate, tally up this column, we're going to get 295. And of course, if we're just holding everything and hoping for the best, which is not recommended, but that's why we show you aggressive. It's just saying, okay, if you stayed in everything, didn't worry about the stop outs, this is how much you would be up. Of course, that is, to use the skiing analogy, triple black diamond expert only type stuff. All right, so earnings are, starting to basically be done. The windows that you see on my desktop here are some of my favorite windows. Of course, I had to cram a few other things on here since during this webinar I can only show you one screen. But high volume highs right here, high volume lows right here. Of course, no big surprise to see M coming through that high volume window. A couple of berry windows here that are really, really great through earnings season. Same thing, high volume, but with also high options volume attached to the regular high volume. Been producing some pretty decent plays, but as earnings die off, less and less symbols scrolling through these guys as well. And I tell you what I found interesting is, Barry was commenting on the overall indices, how the SPY, the Qs, and the Dow only has just a smidge. Maybe it gets positive before the day is done. Of course, IWM, small caps getting sold off, potential rotation into higher quality names. But, once again, hovering up here at all-time highs, we took our little downturn here. And now it's digging back in, coming down perfectly to this area, which is currently acting as support. Today's Thursday. Kind of reminds me of last Thursday. A little bit more room to go this time. But depending on how the day finishes, maybe we're nestling up in somewhere in this region as of the close tomorrow. Who knows? We'll all find out come tomorrow. In any case, still not too far away from all-time highs, which is surprising. I set up a compare count window yesterday to show me stocks hitting 52-week highs versus stocks hitting 52-week lows, and I do believe I kept a larger market cap on here. Okay, so they have to at least have a market cap of $4 billion. Not the biggest in the world, but certainly weeds out a lot of the smaller caps. And it's interesting to see, even though we're up at these levels, to see more stocks hitting 52-week lows than stocks hitting 52-week highs. So it's going to be interesting to keep tabs on this one in the new week and see if anything changes. Because when we see things like this, even though the overall tracking indices are at all-time highs, and of course we do have an overweighting in the Qs on the FANG stocks and whatnot, but this is how we can use the tech in the form of a compare count window to kind of keep tabs on, okay, not the big boys, not the stalwarts, not the FANG stocks that are kind of propping the market up right now, but what's happening underneath the rug, right? And of course, it takes some observation, some time to kind of see if that is going to give us any valid information. But hey, it's all about experimentation and continuing to come up with new ideas to rearrange the data into something that might be conducive for us. All right, notice in my blotter taking a little uptick here, and that's because TSP trying to get up and boogie again. Popping highs again here. Looks like we might, pretty much getting there. Just a little bit of room left. Well, I say a little bit. We could see, maybe this thing wants to go tap 39. But not a bad mover today. Checking out that relative volume. Not just blowing the doors off, but 3. We'll take that. You can see volume in the 5-minute period is a little over 2 times normal. Just one of my favorite smaller time frames for the volume. See high relative volume. That's good. But sometimes the volume can die off in the smaller time frames, and eventually relative volume will, come down as well. Take a little snapshot here at the 5 minutes. See it's still cranking 2 times normal. Sometimes gives us the confidence if we're just making an entry to go, yep, volume was big, still is big for now, so maybe my pattern will work. Any thoughts on ORF? Will it go back up? Well, let's take a look at old ORF. I mean, when you said the symbol, I remember, yeah, it was one of the higher flyers along a few weeks back, to say the least. How many weeks exactly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wow, what a week it had. And then in the 11 weeks following, giving it all back. Now, Orphazyme. I'm just going to take a guess here. Biotech? Chemical manufacturing, biopharmaceutical. Well, to your question, Claudia, will it go back up? I don't know. Can it go back up? Is it possible for it to go back up? Sure, anything is possible. Now, the probability of this thing going back up, not too sure on that. I mean, looking at the daily here, I mean, the picture speaks 1,000 words here. It has the potential to go back up, but will it go back up? I'd love to answer the question. I just don't know. I'm assuming this was news driven, and probably one of their treatments. I mean, and this is the double-edged sword of trading the biotechs, right? They've always been infamous, even way before the current environment manifests itself that we're in presently, okay? Biotechs have always been notorious. They can move big, but they can really gap up and gap down big, intraday halts. A lot of people, especially the swing trading crowd I know, they'll just shy away from them completely. But, they're high risk movers and shakers, and it seems like every big move that we see as of late, sure enough, it's a biotech stock because of the environment that we're in and all the virus companies, Moderna, just having these huge moves. And of course, the smaller the cap gets, the more volatile they're going to be. So, Orf had its day in the sun. It's weak in the sun. But, if you're holding this one long term, I guess, just playing this range here, would be key. It's got room up to here, and just marking off these little levels here, but it's flattened out pretty good. Wish I was more help on this one, but, just looking at those days where the action was huge, and then boom, back down quickly. Typical small cap biotech. And boy, when we look at the market cap on this guy now, 171 million. And, roughly a 20x from there, reduction in market cap. That's right, David. A lot of things going on underneath the rug that, unless you look under the rug, you don't really know what's going on under there. I like to use that analogy because the majority of the market is under the rug, or if we use the snake analogy, the head is the S&P, the top movers and shakers in the big cap world. But, on any given day, there's approximately, 8,000 tradable securities, which, let's just do a little exercise here. Speaking of the number of tradable stocks, let's just throw this on here and add the filter and then go to the show me and the histogram. Okay, so I didn't put any values in here. And notice what I did there. After I installed the filter, I just went to my little show me icon and I went to histogram. Okay, so to start the day today, not weeding out ETFs, by the way, this is ETFs and stocks, but this is how many tradable securities are out there today. Okay, now if I start adding volume requirements on this 5-day average, if I even go to 200,000, well, now to start the day, we had 3,917 stocks that average 200,000 shares on the average 5-day. But as far as tradable instruments, 9,500, right? But if I come in here and I weed out the ETFs and then put a little volume in here, 400,000. Now we've got 2,762 candidates that meet the volume requirement, and once we weed out the ETFs. So especially if you're new to the program, this is a great little tool. It also helps you understand what the filters mean in the form of min-max settings, right? So let's see here. Let's pick the earnings filter, because sometimes it's a little difficult to figure out if you should put a plus or a minus, right? And anytime we are curious about that, we can just go to the Show Me icon once again, and as long as we are in the In Words tab here, if I put I tell you what, let's just change is a better example here. Let's just say I was looking for things that were getting frisky in the 15-minute period, right? And I know that if I put 2% in the minimum field, well, it's going to show me things that are up a minimum of 2% and higher, right? But what if I wanted things that had moved down at least 2% in the prior 15-minute period? I'm going to have to put a negative somewhere. Now, do I put a negative here? Or do I put a negative over here? Well, if you're not sure about that, you just hit that Show Me icon. Make sure you're in the In Words tab. Well, what happens if I put a negative 2 over here? All right, the price was down at least 2%. What if I put a 2 here? Well, that would get me, either or. 2% up or 2% down. Well, what if I put a negative 2 here as well? The price was down exactly 2%. All right, so you can mix and match here till you get exactly what you're looking for here. Help you take all the guesswork out of your filter settings, which can be very valuable, especially when you're new to the program. Yes, we do have the track record, the long-term track record. Let me find that link for you. And then I'll show you the short term. Okay, I'm waiting for a link to come over for the historical longer term snapshot. Real. But in the meantime, if you want to do any data manipulation over the past 60 trading days, which is approximately 3 months, like what you're saying there for the month of July, we can always use the historical function here in the All Trades blotter. Well, let me just grab this and stretch it out a little bit. Okay, so to do that, what we would do is go right click and say history. Of course, I'm on real time. You can quickly reference yesterday's blotter as well, or you can simply go to time frame. So, month of July, let's just queue it up real quick here. So we'll just go 7:01. Give me a second here. Nope. I'm probably doing this backwards. I think I'm probably at, okay. Always have to do it what you think is backwards. Okay, so 7:31 to 7:01. Okay, now we have all the data for July here. Let's see here. Okay, here we are starting at 1, and now you're going to have the entire month of July in here. Of course, I don't have enough room on my screen to show everything in one clip. We're only going to be able to see about 10 days per clip here. So what we could do is do something like this. So on moderate profit, I think that's what you were referencing there. Hold on, give me a second here. Okay, I'm waiting for that link to show up. If somebody in the thread would be so kind as to drop it. Okay, I got it, and I'll drop it in here for a moment. But what I was getting at here, real, is this is a way to, a unique way to analyze the shorter term data. So I'm not sure why, if I'm sorting by, oh, okay, I was looking at the wrong column there. All right, so when we go to the bottom end here, you can see all the stop outs, right? All the moderate profit losses, and then of course the other side of the blotter. So I could easily sum this column, right? Just like I captured the symbols earlier, and then I could hit Control C, and then boom, pull up my favorite spreadsheet program, open Office, whatever, Excel, drop that column in there, and then sum that column, and then boom, you're going to have moderate performance to the T for the month of July. So that's a good way to do it in the short term. And now we'll take a look. Okay, and here is the link for the longer term AI performance. So you can peruse that at your leisure. Okay, all right, so hopefully nice little tutorial on how you can quickly access, the past 3 months of AI data and, get it all in detail, symbols, entry times, exit times. You can easily, manipulate the conservative, moderate, or aggressive profit columns as well. Now, speaking of the AI, okay, because, we get this a lot, and of course, there is a time for automation. Look at automation. It doesn't matter if you're automating the AI or you choose to automate one of the strategies that you created. Some days it's going to work. Other days it's not going to work. Now, here we are just looking at today's results. Let me put this back on real time. So you might be asking yourself, well, if I would have automated the AI today, how close to this performance in the real world would I be, right? And what I'm getting at here is, sure, these strategies are all, or the strategies, which are these guys, all have statistical weight behind them, okay? That's the AI. It's a statistically weighted system. It gives us statistical weight coming into the session, as we can see from the win percentage column right here. Based on the backtest and the optimization, these are the odds that we're laying. Anything coming out of each respective strategy has, this chance of working. Of course, there are no guarantees. Just because we have statistical weight on our side does not mean that it's no guarantee of a winner. Interesting what's happening today in the bullish pullback. Seems to be doing really well. It came into the day with odds of 64.9%. It spit out 3 trades, and they're all winners, so it's overperforming today. Now, these also say 100%, but they've only had 1 trade, and it's a winner, so of course it's going to be at 100%. And then you have the other side of the coin over here. These all had respective statistical weight behind them, but guess what? 1, 1, 1, loser, 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 so 100% on the one-offs, 0% on the one-offs. These kind of wash themselves out. And then we got this guy pulling all the weight today. 3 for 3. So in the end, the stats are on our side, but we're still going to have our losers and our winners. Iris, when you say you tried to download the performance, you talking about just going through the little exercise that I just showed, just by capturing the columns? Or are you talking about the link that I dropped? Because when you say download, you kind of confuse me there. Okay, yes to capturing the column data. Okay, well, that's just the link. So when you click on the link, what you should get is you should get directed to this page here. Okay, that's trade of the week, but if you scroll down, then you'll see Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, and Holly Neo. So it's not really a download, it's just a click on the link and it takes you to the performance part of our website. No. That's a link to the performance of the AI on our website. That's not a cloud link. So I think that's where the confusion lies. Okay, I was just talking a little bit about, expectations for the AI. Now, of course, the AI is going to send the signal whenever one of the strategies, all the filters are met, the alert fires off, and then boom, it's going to pop that symbol up onto the blotter. It's going to show you the symbol that spawned the trade. Of course, just because the strategy makes the cut, you can see down here, these guys have not fired, and there's a good chance they're going to remain silent for the rest of the day. Just because the strategy shows up doesn't necessarily mean it's going to spawn a trade. Okay, all right, good deal, Iris. Now, looking at all the signals here. If we're talking about long trades, well, then we have to talk about, well, what kind of order might you be sending? If you're sending market orders, well, good chance you're going to get filled on all your long plays, but you might soak up some big spreads there, okay? That's the nature of the market order. You're going to get filled on a long, typically, but you might eat a big spread. Not such a big deal if the trade works, but if it doesn't, then you could lose a little, on top there. Now, when it's a short play, even if we are using all market orders, well, you might not get filled. And the reason you might not get filled is because the broker-dealer just might not let you send that order out because it's on what we call the hard to borrow list, okay? And I can tell you right now, over at E-Trade this morning, I got a rejection on ALIT, and it was actually a larger cap stock, 5 billion. So I was like, well, luck of the draw. And these are factors. The reason I'm pointing this out is because these are things that you can't necessarily see in a back test. You look at the performance, and you're like, ooh, all these things were nice winners. But when it comes to the short side, there's always that random element. Was it on the hard to borrow list? Different brokers have different hard to borrow lists. And you might be thinking to yourself, what is a hard to borrow? Well, quick little lesson here in short selling. You're actually technically borrowing the stock from somebody, selling it. Hopefully it goes down in price. You buy it back cheaper. You made the money, and then you deliver the stock back to the person or the entity or the account that you borrowed it from. All happens in cyberspace, but those are the mechanics behind a short sell. Yes, indeed. So, I've been debugging the E-Trade version of Brokerage Plus, and if I can find it here. All right. So I'm going to show you guys some real-world executions today. So this is the test account that I've been automating the AI in. So just risking 30 bucks a trade while we're in test mode here, but it is a live environment. So you can see here, if I pull my orders page over here, there's ALIT. Sorry, your sell short was hard to borrow. You can see the limit reject there. Otherwise, you can see all the other orders going out in real time. And so when you're dealing with automation, there's also, well, okay, check out the price that the AI marked here. Let's take the biggest winner. TSP, when the alert fired, the AI marks its price at 33.02. Okay, so what price did I get? Okay, well, we can see right here, TSP, AI marked its price at 33.02. I got filled at 32.98. I actually got price improvement. Stock must have jerked down right after that alert fired. I got lucky. I got a 4-cent better price than the AI on TSP. So that does happen from time to time. It's not the norm, but it is nice when it happens. So we had positive 4-cent slippage in TSP. What about BJ? 53.50. So see, I took 7 cents of slippage there. I paid 53.57. AI marked 53.50. All right, let's look at ASAI. 1607. I took 3 cents of slippage there. This one's going to be right on the money, probably, because it's very liquid. AI price $1.11. AI price $1.11 there. And now let's look at the short side. The Pfizer short. AI got short at 49.51. Only took a penny of slippage there. Of course, it's opposite for the shorts. AI got 51. I got 50. And then on the vroom vroom trade, 1487. So I took 4 cents of slippage there. So all in all, overall slippage, not that bad. If you do an average over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and of course, the stop out, the zero position there on the bumble. Now the interesting thing is, had I had re-entries checked here, it would have re-entered in the bumble trade, and I would have gotten the majority of that moolah back. But just so you know, the re-entry functionality works very smooth. So I know it works, but there are other things to... We're getting very close. This thing's running very clean on conservative exit mode, which is a little bit more complex than the moderate. Is there a way to see the date or day of the week in the AI trade history report? Are you talking about in the AI blotter here? Or are you talking about the report via the website there, Real? Because it's easy here. Stretching the columns out, we can see the exact day as well. If you're referring to the data that's posted on the website, I have no control, or can't really change that. But notice here, not only can we see the entry time, we can also see the exit time as well. All right, just doing a little time check here, about 10 minutes till the top of the hour. So if you've got any questions that you've been sitting on, by all means, go ahead and throw them out. Oh, no wonder I'm not hearing any sounds. I forgot that I had muted my windows. Right, all you have to do is stretch it out. That way you can see the date as well. And keep in mind, we've got a plethora of columns. Of course, you can only watch on so many. But to add and remove columns in the AI All Trades plotter, we just simply right click, come down here to columns. The ones on the left are the ones that are currently being shown. Just push it back over here to get rid of it. Or to add one, you just push it from the right side to the left side. Yeah, Iris, as I was pointing out earlier, Barry's high option windows, really great. Um, I like watching them anytime because who knows when something's going to be in play. Of course, they're really in play through earnings season. So you can see how I've kind of got my windows layered here since I can only show you guys one window or one screen. But I stick with my faves, right? I mean, we're creatures of habit. We typically stalk the same patterns day in, day out, keeping things simple. So as far as new windows go, no, not really, because I've got everything I need to find the setups that I prefer on the intraday basis. You probably noticed that everybody's kind of the same. But I've got my high volume and options, just my regular high volume windows here. Then I got my ones hitting my 52-week highs, 52-week lows. Once again, a lot more stocks than you would think coming through all-time lows. I was referencing the 52-week high and 52-week lows in that other compare count window. As far as new windows to my universe, that's really the latest one that I've kind of folded in here to start keeping tabs on. It's going to be interesting next week to see how these counts are. More stocks over 4 billion market cap hitting highs, or more stocks with a 4 billion market cap hitting lows. And M, just not disappointing today for a large cap stock. I mean, what did they start selling at Macy's? Earnings way back. Well, no earnings. There were earnings today, so they must have knocked it out of the park. Having a good day, but still, in the overall scheme of things, long way to go. But hey, for a trading mechanism today, a great little mover. Why did the AI pick ASAI as a long trade at 12.29? Okay, the why part comes from the strategy that picked the trade, bullish pullback. Okay, so looking at the intraday pattern here, was bullish and then it pulled back in hopes that it's just taken a little 20. And I do believe the strategy there for bullish pullback. Right, it's the strategy. So that is why the AI picked that one, because the bullish pullback triggered. Okay, and you got to keep in mind that all of these strategies that make the cut, if I was able to get in here and show you the configuration of bullish pullback, more than likely the alert's going to be 25% pullback from high, I would assume. And the filter set is going to be, well, let's just say it's not going to be small. Okay, it'd probably have 12, 13, 14, 15 filters in there. Okay, and filters always work in the all or none capacity. So it's a very specific event, this pullback, not just the pullback from the top of the range, but the filter set also has to be met. So that is the why. Okay, everything lined up here, strategy fired, boom, and that's why the AI is calling along. Now, of course, the weekly looks a little ridiculous, and because it's not reflecting the gap. Okay, so gapped up day before yesterday, and has just been flatlining there. But what's the news on it? I don't really see any news. Don't know if that was a buyout or not. So hopefully, real, that makes sense there. Yeah, which windows are you referencing there, Iris? Are you talking about the high options volume or the all-time lows or all-time highs? Yeah, the short junk scan is good. I'm a simpleton. I like to find the nice little range breaks that have occurred. I just pull up Fitch at random here. But this kind of fits the mold of what I like here. High and low, easily definable, clearly a big seller off of the open. Sellers and buyers kind of become equal until this point right here. Then I have to scooch that line down a little bit. So once this action right here and that breakdown occurs, and we got some juicy volume going through there, see, nice and identifiable. Risk level here would have been the prior 15-minute candle, not including the entry candle. So it's kind of circling back around to why I like these windows. I know the volume is going to be high. If it's breaking a low, then I might be getting it at the right time, right? This is the right time. This bar would have been chasing it, chasey, right there at the break of the low, right? But you might have to filter through 20, 30 symbols sometimes before you're catching one where the pattern is intact as well. So I kind of look at it from the pattern as the secondary thing. Okay, I know the stock's coming through, the highs and the lows. They're going to meet my filter criteria. They're going to have the potential, but then is the pattern intact? Is the timing appropriate? Okay, Iris, well, these come in pairs. So I'll do the all-time lows. But what's the third one out? Because there's all-time highs here, all-time lows there. And if you're referring to unusual volume, well, we've got the original version and the flipped version. So I tell you what, I'll drop both of these in here just to cover all the bases. And we'll dump those in there. So, okay, so 4 instead of 3 there. So once again, Real, just to reiterate, the only reason any of these plays are up here is because the strategy, all the filters were met, alert went off, boom. All having statistical weight behind them. And Vroom trying to, well, since I'm short, it's not acting appropriately here, but the day is not done. But anytime you see on the intraday level this 10 period get reclaimed here, a lot of times that's a good time to give up on the old short, because it looks like it's unless we come back down here and get a close, it's probably not going to be a winner. You're welcome, Iris. All right, we're approaching the top of the hour here. Got a little under a minute before Barry reclaims the throne. But I want to thank you all for attending. Hope everybody's having a nice green day. And tomorrow's Friday, so we will see what the market has in store. Gap up, gap down, flat opening. Many scenarios. No problem, Real. Thanks for popping in. Claudia, you're welcome. And quite a handsome relative volume level on the old SPY here as the dip was purchased and still holding up pretty decent on the 5-minute time frame. Usually this is the time when the market has been snoozing, but that was before we had the smidge of volatility pop in. Okay, Barry tells me he is back. There's M hitting another high. So thanks everybody. Hope you have a good rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I think they were expecting what, 20 cents, and they made $1.03 or $1.20. Some huge difference. Huge difference. Okay, so the cross is this, all right? So GBDRMN. All right, you can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay. So first of all, if you want my indicators, there's an easy way to do it. I can share. Actually, let me see. I've already done it a few times. Just give me a moment here. So here, oops. Here is my chart. Okay, so there's my chart. This is this chart here, and I'll explain why I'm doing this. Okay, so on this chart, the brown lines here are the Bollinger Bands. Okay, now the orange line. Let me just get a bigger chart on the screen so you can see what I'm looking at. I don't know why I have this view app here. Anyway, so the orange line here is the 8 EMA, and the blue line here is the 20 SMA, okay? So we talk about crosses, so you notice how the 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA? That can set up a long trade, okay? Does it happen every time? Of course not, but that's what we're kind of looking for. And the reverse is true. If that 8 EMA crossed below the 20 SMA, that can set up a short trade. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about crosses. So what I did was, I put my 2-minute, which has, let me just go to, so if you want my chart, with all the indicators that I use, you'll see the volume here. You'll see also the Bollinger Bands, and you'll see these the 8 EMA. See how it crossed down below it on a 2-minute chart, and that could have set up a short play. I mean, you can see how it would have worked. Now it's crossing above it. Okay, so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about crosses. So if you take the one that I just shared, and then you start duplicating it, and then change the time frames to as many time frames as you want, and duplicate it again, okay, and again to as many time frames as you want. So if your next question is, well, what time is most important? Well, the 2-minute will always give you the early one. but it may not be as confirmed as, say, a 5-minute cross and as a 15. Now, you'll see a 2-minute cross before you'll see a 5, before you'll see a 15. I think if you're new and all, I would probably wait on a 5. You'll be giving up a little bit, but it's a little more of a confirmation. If all that makes sense. I agree, William. I think that's okay. So Thomas, I'm assuming you can hear me. So there are only two options in for our charts right now. Okay. The question was how do I have the SPY chart remaining, whereas the rest of them change? So there are only two options. If you right click on a chart and you click on properties, symbol linking is either checked or unchecked. So in these 6 time frames, it's all checked. I want them to all change. Okay, and here it's unchecked. Okay. So Thomas, did that make sense? Okay, good. And guys, don't forget to save your work at the end. Save your layout. I would always give my layout another name. I know people seem to just want to save it as a default layout. I mean, that's okay, but I would always give my layout another name. Because everything you do here, like just what I did here. I mean, if you uncheck it, but then if you don't save your layout tomorrow, it's all the changes you made will not be saved. That's a heck of a short. I wanted to get into that one, Zach. That short. I think I was just on the verge of taking my break, but right up here. Yeah, it was right at noon. Right at noon, and I said, you know what? I'm taking my break. You just have to left click and start typing, okay, Thomas? If you left click on the chart and then you just start typing, the change symbol box will show up, okay? And then you just click change or hit return on your keyboard. Okay, so just left click on the chart and then the box should pop up when you start to type. Oh no, listen, if it's not intuitive, Thomas, necessarily, okay? So the first time everything's easy once it's, hopefully once you see it the first time, but I mean, I would not necessarily have known how to do that. Need that bid to catch up to the ask, William, on FLGC. What is that VWAP again? Oh, it's way up at 960. What do I see on TSP? Well, the 15, obviously it's trying to hold here. You know, if it got over 3660 again, it might have another little run, but it's had one pullback, and then this is a bigger pullback. So, you know, it's hard to know. I mean, if it takes out this 3785, you know, you're kind of chasing it on the, there's a cross that could be forming though on the 2-minute chart. You know, look at that 80 MA, and there's the 20 SMA. So there's a cross that could be forming on that 2-minute chart that could propel it upwards. Well, color schemes are up to you. If you're talking about on a top list, okay, where you've got the gradients, typically if you see like a dark green and then underneath it's sort of fading and getting more fading and fading and fading. It just means the darker the color, usually depending how you've sorted it. Let's say just to say you've sorted it on the change from the close. So if it's really dark, it's, you know, I'm just using this as an example. Then the darker that is, it means it's up. You know, the ones that are up from the close at the most will be at the top. If you're talking about what you're seeing on my screen, this is just personal. You know, I like to see things that are up in green or blue. I like to see things that are down in yellow and or red. Not so much red. I find red does not show up well. But it's just a personal preference if you're talking about the colors that you're seeing on my screen. You know, it's simple to do. I mean, you know, I'm just going to colors, and here's a palette. You know, my bullish alert. So my background is white. My foreground is, my background is green, and my foreground is white. I mean, I could pick. It's just a palette. You know, I can pick whatever I want. Oh, and the channels. Okay. Again, it's just I don't pay any attention to it, I'll be honest, in terms of the color gradients. You're talking mainly the top list, right? Something that starts with, has the letter T in the upper left-hand corner. Right? You're talking about the top list windows that have these different gradients. But it's just user defined. I mean, you know, there's somebody, whoever made them picked it, but I mean, you can change it. I'll be honest, I don't look at them at all anymore. You know, so it doesn't look like there's even a gradient here. I mean, green, you know, green up, green good. But you can see right here, you see how the gradient, you see how it's a darker color. As it's not up as much, it starts to fade, that's all. As an example, in a topless window. So that's all it means. So you would wait all the way to 960 for FLGC, William. A plane, yes. Just a little guy. Well, guys, easy come, easy go. I mean, the SNOA, I mean, it popped up off the 10, got up to 1165, and then right back down. This is not looking like one of those ones that we had the last couple of days that closed well and then had some action in the after hours. Look, it's early still, though. I mean, it's only got 2 million in the float, so anything can happen. I'm talking about the SNOA. You're right. You got good ears. Or my mic is picking it up. All right, Chloe. Vicky, you must be bored. All right, guys. Man, now I'm not getting too many new alerts. MVST, the once and former meme stock, on the way down, almost an all-time low. MVST. All right, let's try to find some crosses here. So there's a little cross. No, not really. There's a cross on the 2-minute chart for our RGB. This is actually maybe interesting because look at the 5-minute, excuse me, the 15-minute chart. This is, this 20 SMA moving down. The 80 MA, it's not really moving. It's kind of sideways, but this could turn into a cross right here around 2022 or so, 2024 for our RGB, which could signify, a bit of a recovery. All right, I see that this DAT's got halted. No float information whatsoever. DAT chat, where are you out of? I have no information about these guys. DATs. I don't know where they're out of. This is an IPO? Oh, an IPO. A couple of days ago. I'm assuming it's US. It's a pretty cheap IPO. Well, guys, 1 out of 3, I guess, isn't too bad on a day like today. Look at the M. I mean, even though it looked like it was super late to get in on an option trade, not an option trade. This is just the scanner showing abnormal option activity. I don't trade the options, but look at this. I mean, 2101. There's $1. The other two, BIOC, definitely did not. Well, I mean, it worked briefly, and the GOCO didn't. I don't think it worked at all. But you know what? Not every day you're going to have great, big, huge winners. But you know, Macy's though, just after it did this little pullback here, I mean, it really hasn't looked back. And here at 1984 from my, so that's it's about $1, whatever, $1.17 earlier from my watch list. Yeah, that's one time, you know, we're really reading the earnings report. You don't have to read the whole thing. You just had to read that one statement. It was amazing. So open, guys. So open had a price, had a financing, and that was yesterday. Upsized $850 million financing, raising a lot of money. I don't see the price of it. As I do that, I'm just trying to read this press release. But however, so it had a tremendous run, but this might be it. Let's see if this is a cross. There's a little cross there in the 2-minute, but more of a confirmation would be right around here, around 1460 or so. In which case, it could be on the way down again. Yeah, well, listen, William. Good luck on the PMCB. I mean, I guess the lows are down here, 362-ish. Okay, so you're looking for that 1.5%, okay? Give me a moment here, guys. Pre-market. Where are you? Or this NNOX, sorry guys, I was just internal discussion, trade ideas. So lifetime range, it's almost there. It's almost at the low of its life. NNOX. Remember this one when it got up to almost $100. 80% haircut. I'm really interested to see what Macy's does tomorrow. This could be one of those continuation plays. What did I say? The high is 22.30 over here. That's a few months ago. And then the next high after that is, the 22.85 level. I mean, who knows? Maybe Macy's is going to make a big comeback. I mean, what a day. Again, to be up 22% with 300 in the float, 300 million in the float. Very impressive. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point, William. Yeah. Well, I'm getting more and more interested in the FLGC. The longer it bases here, the spread is it's not terrible. I think so. I've got an alert set here for around 9:30. Okay, so the only way I would take this, number one, is if the spread is tight enough. Right now it's 6 cents. I don't like that, not for a $9 stock. So let's just say it got up to 9.30 and the spread was like 9.27, 9.30. I'd probably take the trade. and then see if it can advance. Yeah, good luck on that one, Brian. I see you're posting about AMC and options and all that. Boy, oh boy, look at this. Again, this O track or one on track, losing a major customer and just getting clobbered. I'm surprised it hasn't traded more. 8 million in the float. I mean, it's traded 3 million. I mean, that's a lot. It's 17 times normal, but I would have thought this would really get a lot of volume, selling volume, of course, all-time low. And one of the now I don't know if this is true, but this is somebody is saying that the chairman it's hard to believe. The OTRK's chairman sold 45,000 shares yesterday before the company announced they lost their only large remaining customer. Now, I can't verify that. This is something that the Trade Ideas guys, they're throwing that around. I don't know if that's true. I mean, you got to be pretty crazy to do that and not think that that would be noticed. Okay, guys. Well, this might be getting going now. The FLGC. Well, let's see. Well, it was 2 cents. Now it's 8 cents. Now it's drip. Oh, man. A tough one. Now the spread is widened again. Right here it was 2 cents. I almost got into it and then it just did it again. I thought maybe it had cleaned up his act, but we'll see. It's exactly what I wanted. No, that's still that boy. I mean, then that's 950. Oh, it's actually come down a bit, I guess. I think it was 960 before, so 60 something before. So it's come down a bit, I guess. Well, I wish you luck, shoes on this SNOA. Give me a moment, guys. Oh, back to trading. You're a trooper. Normally you would take the rest of the day off. Well, that's that. Look at this one go now, guys. Yeah, I mean, this has been a $2, almost a $2 pop from here. Got halted. Yeah, well, for whatever reason, we don't have any float information. I mean, it's probably because it's such a new, it's a new issue, or it's trading under DATS now. 4 days ago it started. I don't mean now, 4 days ago. Yeah, I mean, it's an all-time high, obviously. Was this really an IPO? IPO on the 17th, so it really was an IPO, $12 million. So this is, okay, guys, is this a China? Let me just do a quick check. Because this could be one of those classic ones that could, is not China? Oh, I wish it were. Could be one of those classic ones that, go absolutely crazy. Now, it didn't happen the day of. Let me just do a quick check to see who was involved, if it's even here. I don't even see it listed. They make a chat program to compete with WhatsApp. Okay. Facebook owns WhatsApp, right? I don't even see it listed here. Let me go to my IPO calendar. Yeah, I don't even see it listed. Anybody know who's behind it? I cannot see it on my IPO list. I cannot see it. You are. So they show that internal sale, and that was yesterday, Kev? Yesterday? Meanwhile, look at this OTRK. Maybe that's just hitting the wires now or something. Again, I mean, look at this. OTRK is really dumping. These guys gonna get. I don't even know what to say. I mean, if Martha got some prison time for what she did, if the chairman sold 45,000 shares yesterday, knowing I didn't know we were going to lose our biggest customer this morning. I didn't know that. Yeah, so 16th, 17th, and 18th. He's in a lot of trouble. Let's hear that plausible deniability. We're talking about OTRK losing their biggest and maybe their only customer. I don't know. I don't know enough about this company. Oh, come on. Sorry, guys. I mean, this again, I almost want to go back to the previous build. So that's why the big gap down, okay? But it's coming to light that the chairman, I don't know if it was $45,000 or 45,000 shares yesterday that he sold ahead of this announcement, or it's over the last 3 days. Regardless, it doesn't look good. As they say, the optics does not look good. Or do not look good. Yeah, well, yes, that would be definitely considered insider trading. Yes. That would be a classic definition. But because he's a chairman or I don't know exactly. It says a chairman or something, but he has to divulge those. I mean, he can't hide the fact because he's like an insider, and so he has to divulge that in a filing. So it's not like he could hide it. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? Ooh, 1:47. So this marketing meeting will start pretty soon. I'll be incommunicado for a while. Sorry, maybe I was on mute. Sorry. I said the same thing that Real said. You could create a symbol list with all the stocks in the sector, and then attach it to your alert window, and then use the exclude. And maybe you didn't hear me. So configure. So you have to create a symbol list with all those symbols in it. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, not easy. It's not terribly hard as long as you have a symbol list with those symbols in it, and then you add the existing, then add the list, make sure it's over here, and then you could go exclude the following lists. And then you just check it, and then it'll exclude those symbols that are in that sector. Not the easiest thing to do. All right, guys. Now I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be in this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I'm now back. Briefly, shutting the room down in about 20, 25 minutes. Joined you, William. Let's see. I had, you know what? Would this be my first swing short? I don't know. But I joined you, William, just underneath 1220. Actually, 1230 on the OTRK. You're right. Like, who's going to buy this thing? But anyway, we'll see what happens. If it gets back over 12, I'll probably bail, but look at this tech all day long. Just wow. I see what happens. See, okay, so it finds it, and then you've got to wait a minute. Okay. All right, guys, so as I say, I'll be shutting the room down at around 3 o'clock. So one last talk about, we've got the promotion on now. Come on down. All right, guys, so there is the promo code to use. Okay, so test drive 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on my homepage link, aha, and it has been changed. Okay, so there's the test drive, there's the code to use, test drive 25% off. And this is what I would recommend. If you don't know the program very well, don't start off with an annual. You can always start off with a monthly. You'll get the 25% off the first month only, okay? But if you do decide that you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, so let's just say you take out a subscription today on the 19th, if by say the 17th, 18th of next month you decide, yep, I want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo code, okay? That's what I would do. Try us out, 118 less the 25%. If you don't like us, you just don't, just let us know and this subscription will stop. And I'm just watching the OTRK, see if it really holds this 12. And as always, lots of information on my homepage. Save my link. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Do a stock of the day video. The education link. All sorts of education tools for trade ideas are here. Plus there is a big section on, how to learn if you're a beginning trader. How to, back to basics, okay? So if you're a brand new trader, starts off with what is a stock, okay? So lots of information here, the daily support sessions, all the 20 lessons in 20 days, it won't take you 20 days, but the 20 lessons, back to basics, and right up here, educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. So save my link and you can look at all this information whenever you want, including my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing right here. So this, the trade of the week, stock of the day, education section, all free. And then, of course, you have to be a subscriber if you want my scans. I have a sample layout and a lot of individual scans that I'm sharing. Boy, Hood is taking a dive, guys. Hood. Hood. You guys have been talking about here. I was, during the meeting, no. You were talking about PMVP. Oh, nice break on the consolidation. Anyway, for sure. Yeah, we had everything was positive for a while, but it looks like the market does want to sell off a bit anyway. Boy, Hood is just diving, guys. Hood. There's some, so it was hanging tough around that 46 mark for the longest time, down to 44. The next low looking left is 37 for Hood. Promo code, I can give you that. Love questions like that. So there you go. Famoro Investments, okay? Hola. Famaro. How's that? Famaro. So there's my link. Click on the link, and there's the promo code. Test Drive 25, 25% off. First month only, right? First month only. Or the entire year. But again, my suggestion, if you're not sure about the program, you can always start off with a standard subscription. Just start off with a standard subscription, monthly. Try us out, and if within 30 days you like it, you can always upgrade and using that same promo code, okay? All right, well, I might as well join in the fun. OTRK, go, go. uh, I can't use custom formulas. That's a good question. I have no idea. I thought everything, when you say you can't use them, what does that mean? You can't use them. You've tried to create one and it's. Yeah, I don't know how it works exactly, Eugene, if you get the following 11 months on the annual rate. I don't get too involved in the accounting. So when you say you cannot apply them, again, I don't know what you mean because if you created one, then it should show up when you do a search. And you're convinced you created one. When you do a search, and if you typed in you as an example, just you, nah, bad. Okay, go to filters. Sorry, that's still not going to do it. But all the filters, well, maybe it does. All the filters start with a U. I'm sorry, all the custom formulas start with a U. So if you created one and you saved it correctly, you should see it. Because then if you created it and it's there, then you have a min and a max box just like any other filter. See, if I go down, if I go all the way, oh, I think I'm in a, yeah, okay. Yeah, so if I go all the way down here, here are all my custom filters. So if you don't see anything, then it means either I didn't think you, I thought you could create custom formulas, to be honest, but if you tried to create it, let me just, you don't find them in the search, really. Well, I guess that answers your question. If you've created them correctly, if they are in the list of custom formulas, so I think what you mean is like something like this. Give me a moment. So you would have a list that looks something like this. And it says all this. And yet when you do a search, you're not finding that. Well, I guess maybe that is one thing. Yeah, I'm asking some of the other traders. They could make one for a day, I guess. Well, all I can say, I guess, if you don't have them, if you can't find them in your list of filters, then I guess there's your answer. I didn't know that. The only thing I thought that we limited was the ability to auto trade the AI with your real account, like an IB or E-Trade account. Sorry about that. Most people, well, maybe most people who take the test drive don't even know we have custom filters that you can create. So I guess no. You need it if you want to use the desktop version, the app application. What you see here with a toolbar that looks like this, you have to be using either a PC or you have to be, if you have a Mac, you have to be willing to use a program like Parallels or Amazon Web Services, something like that, a cloud-based service. Okay. So it does. I mean, it works on a Mac, but it's only the web-based version, and there are some limitations. One of the big limitations, if you care, I mean, maybe you don't care, but one of the big limitations is, you won't be able to use if you want to practice trading using our simulator, you won't be able to do that. It's not available in the web-based version. That's probably the biggest difference. But if it doesn't matter to you, then the web-based version is okay. There you go. Eugene says he's on Parallels, working like a charm. We have a lot of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and yeah, they just run it on Parallels. Some people just don't want to do that, though. I guess I understand, but if you want to take full advantage of the program, that's something you'd have to do. And we will never have a Mac version. To answer anybody's questions like that, we'll never have a Mac version. Never, ever. Never, ever. Best we can do is try to get the web-based version closer and closer to the app. That's about the best we're going to do. Come on down. Yes, I'm cheerleading this down. Well, this could be just a brutal one into the close. There are some complications with the web-based version. I mean, trying to get this in the web-based version is just really tough for us. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a developer, so I don't know why, but William, yeah, why I oughta. Oh no, TradingView works great. No, you're right. I mean, we link. Don't get me wrong. We link with many web-based programs and sites. The linking is not an issue. It's this thing here called Brokerage Plus. But also external linking to even to a broker's platform on the web-based version does not work well. No, I like TradingView. I think it's a great program. I don't leave it alone, Sasha. Depending on the like those bios. I mean, I would not leave that alone at all. So I'm staring at it. When you say does it work with Thinkorswim, we're a scanner, okay? So we work with any. You can use Trade Ideas with any brokerage platform. If the question is, we have an external linking tool that when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your platform, and from there you trade it. And yes, it works with Thinkorswim in that regard. But this window here that we call Brokerage Plus, you'd have to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account in order to use it. But it's not mandatory. When I say not mandatory, this is a feature we've got. You want to use it, if you have an IB account or E-Trade account, great, but it's not mandatory. And if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you can still use Trade Ideas. That's because it's kind of web-based, isn't it? I don't know enough about. Oh, they won't let us link. Somehow they won't let us link. IB Lite won't link. Yes, you're right. Boys, keep it. Boys, did I say boys? Guys, keep an eye on that DATS. DATS. It takes out that 5 again. Yeah, they've blocked the API access, yeah, for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, I link with IB every day. Obviously, I don't use it. I don't use this window to trade, but I link with Interactive Brokers every single day. I don't know how to answer that, Slohan. I mean, you might have to just do a refresh, or go to help and sorry, go to your account and do a reset. I don't, I can't answer that. I mean, I have a different issue because I'm on a development version, okay, of this, and that's why this box is popping up, sort of a company lookup box, and it really has to be. But you won't have that, of course. But I had no issues changing charts. So I don't know what to say. I mean, unless everybody is saying the same thing, I really don't know what to say. Okay, there you go. All right, everybody. Are there any other questions? If not, I think I'll just shut the room down now. I'll always stick around if there's some questions, but otherwise I'll just start winding up now. Thanks a lot for all the help, everybody, today. All right, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap the room up now. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Tomorrow is the end of the test drive. So have a nice evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.